toi tū te tiriti, toi tū he wakaputanga. Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana i ngā kaupapa katoa, ma runga pukamata me te taupānga ngā whare kōrero, me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetū irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi.
E mātaki mai ana koutou i tēnei pāpāho mataora. Mai i te kaupare wānanga, te kaupapa wānanga o Waitangi, i te whenua o Waitangi, tēnei rangi whakahirahira atu i te reo o te taitokerau korupene piha tēnei e mihi atu nei. Tēnā, kia hoki atu tātou ki te papatū wai, ko te kapa o Wairenga te kaha tēnei e mihi atu nei.
Hard work tō mātou ingo. Ai ngari kei reira noa Wairenga rangi. Who taught me my tunes? My nannies. Our nannies. Kai tautoko. Whānau. Haere mai. Hook us up on Facebook. Don't forget. In the example of Henare Mahanga sit back in Otara with te kupenga. Kupenga midgets, we have Wairenga nuku. Wa tātou tamariki. He kaupapa reo, wānanga reo anō tō Wairenga te kaha ka whakahaere hia. Koutou e mate kai ana ki te reo. O Ngāti Hine. Ngā hasi pene o Ngāti Hine, haere mai. Koutou, i ngā kau nui te tae mai te rānei. Me perehara he kōrero. Me ponoa hau, o taku ngā kau. Kei raro tonu i te kapu a Pōuri. We're still grieving a loss of one of our whānau members. Just happened to be my daughter. Nō reira. And saying that, to all of our loved ones, tēnei te taimi ki ngā te rātou. I think it's a clap is good enough.
Thank you.
surely. Whānau, we need training. No, we've got competitions coming up. Today we're fortunate as Taina of Hatia to start today. And then get my tuakana Jamie and his team to come up and sweep up after. Hei whakakapi. No reira. Mati tuakana katoa tika te Taina. Mati Taina katoa tika te tuakana. Let's all look after one another today. Unchained when I get.
Kua tū te ihi, kua tū te wehi, kua tū te wana. Ai a koutou te kapa o wairenga te kaha. Tātai hena re mā te whānau hena re mihi ana kia koutou. Ka mutu i te mōhio. I ngā kōrero kua puta mo tā koutou ta māhine i a tikaro. Tikaro hea te marama i riro atu i mua noa i te krihimete i te rātau. E hara e tika ana mā te mātua tana pepi. E nehu, nā reira. E mihi ana i tēnā āhuatanga te whānau. Me te taimahatanga ke runga i a rātau. I tēnei wā. Nā reira. Kia koutou te whānau wairenga te kaha e mihi atu nei. Kia koutou, nā koutou tā tātou kaupapa i haka tūwhera i te ata nei ki te waiata aroha, ki te waiata hirahira, ki te waiata mō tā koutou nei tamahine. Ka mutu, e ko ana hau te tahuri atu ki taku whanaunga kia ani tēnei wā. Hea ngā haerenga mo tātou i tēnei rā.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa e whakarongo mai ana ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga. Atu i Waitangi, yes, kua hau tēnei, e mihi atu ana kia koutou katoa. Ka noho tahi ki te taha o tō tātou whanaunga a rupene i piha, engari. Mihi ka tika ana ki tērā o ngā kapa, wairinga te kaha. E tika ana mea ngā mua tātou i roto i ngā whakaritenga mo tēnei rā. Te pānara tuatahi, te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko ngā kai kōrero, Kiritapu Allen, Chloe Swarbrick, Hilda Harawira, rātou ko Iru Kapakingi, nā ko te kai hautu, mo tēnei o ngā pānara ko Annette Sykes.
Kāmatu, kare kore he wānanga hira ke te haere. Me te mōhio koenei tangata katoa, Annette Pū, he mātanga ki ngā take ki te kaupapa nei, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Nā reira, ko ana mātou, no mātou te whiwhi, o te reo te taipukerau, te pāpāho atu nei, kia koutou huri noa i te motu, e mātaki mai ana ki runga pai papori, e whakarongo mai ana ki runga reo irirangi anō hoki, e mihi ana kia koutou katoa.
Aira, Kiritapu Allen, ko ia tērā katahi ka heke mai tōna tūranga i te pāti reipa. Ko Chloe Swarbrick tērā, he mema mō te pāti kākāriki. Ko Hilda Harawira tērā, tētahi o ngā tino whaia o te tai tokerau. Rātou ko Iru Kapakingi, he mema o te pāti Māori ni?
Ko tāna māma ko Maria Meno.
Tōna māma ko Maria Meno.
Kamatu i mohi o rānei koe, Ani, i whiwhi ai tāna ingoa nā tō tungāne?
Yes, i mōhio au ki tērā nā taku tungāne a Wemoka i mea mai kia mātou ingoa hei, he uri rai wa tahi no te au pauri, so e mihi ana ki tērā.
I rongo au i reira a Maria Meno i te tangihanga e ru, nā reira i tapa te ingoa ki tāna te tahi o ana mā.
Rawe.
E miharo ana au i aia i tāna mau i te raiwa, nā reira. Ka mihi atu ki te pānara, ka eke atu nei, ki te papatū waiwai i te ata nei. Tēnā pia kia huki atu tātou ki te kai hautū i tēnei wahanga. Aroha mai, e whakatūwhera ana, e whakahuaki ana rukuwai Tipene Allen e ngā kai kōrero ki te Maria. Kamutu tā rātou kaupapa ko Te Tiriti o Waitangi. He ata aho miro i ōna uho meki.
Ai. E hoa, ia, e tatari ana te iwi i konei. Mō tēnei pānara, we've got a lot of people packing into our forum tent at this very moment. So ki te hihia koutou haere mai, me wawe tō haere mai ki konei raputuru. Plenty of shade here for the whānau.
It's actually really nice place to sit in at the moment. E whiti ana te rā mai te moana, e puhi ana te hau, puhi ana te hau ki roto nei. Kamutu he wāhi hāne ana, he wāhi haumaru hoki, mā tātou.
Ai, ko te ahua nei, kua rite tō tātou kai hautu a Annette Sykes. Kawa koutou e tawhiti te haere noho tonu mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu i te whare waka. Waitangi 2024.
Rights and interests, but there are duties and obligations that are really important in a range of contexts. So I just want you, that's the goal of the session. We've only got an hour, and we are so privileged to have the caliber of spokespeople here today to share their understandings of that broad question. Pai? Everyone happy with the approach? I don't want anybody trying to sing me down like yesterday, okay? Okay. Ka pai. So our first a spokesperson, Mare Kura, for me, a sister in the struggle, who's actually been, I think, she never will like me saying this, she's been one of our leaders of our struggle. I came to learn about her, I never met her, I came to learn about her when I was at Victoria University, when I was dabbling with the Black Women's Movement. And I was dabbling with a construct at that stage of a new marae being built after a protest by us at Victoria University, and then being told at the kawa of that marae that only men could speak, only Māori men from the university. It wasn't even te Atiawa kawa, it was just your raho determined your right to speak. And I was a shy Māori girl, well, you need to know this, okay? And Karen Wycliffe and Alison Green were not the shy Māori girls, okay? They just objected to that being said to us. And so we started to meet collaboratively together, and we'd heard of this beautiful movement that was being organised in Auckland called the Black Women's Movement. And synonymous with that movement was the name of Hilda Harawira, who then became Hilda Harawira. And then she became the leader of both the Black Women's Movement with a number of others. You saw some of them yesterday. Donna Awatere was one. I don't want to miss out names. Zena's not with us anymore, but Zena Taumanu. Whole range of beautiful Māori women. And then, of course, there was a whole lot of other struggles of that period, which she was leading as well. The Waitangi Action Committee, the March to Waitangi every year. And I'm a lot, you might not know this, but I'm about 10 years younger than this lot, okay? So I used to babysit our children. That was my role. I loved the role. Tamaiti was with my cousin Tuhipo, and I used to look after them and listen on the sideline to great orators. And Hilda has always been one that inspires me. Since that, she's gone on to be a leading educator for the motu in Kura Kaupapa Māori. All of us up here from Te Tai Tukarai will know that any of the graduates from her kura have gone on to make a mark of sheer superb excellence in whatever they do. Whether it's as a rugby league player playing for the Black Ferns, winning gold at Wakaama at the Worlds, or being a university student pursuing mātauranga Māori, or living at the kāinga, taking responsibility for our marae and the inculcation of our reo. Hilda's at the forefront of that. So she's what we call an idol, okay? By no means just a legend, because I think she has still many things to do before we are put into the history books as legends. Our next speaker is Chloe Swarbrick. I never ever had the opportunity of meeting her till up here. And then I was in the green environment tent, and man, she just blew me out, okay? We were talking about that time for Genetic Engineering Free Nation, which I had been doing legal cases for. Donna Gardner's one of my best mates. She's written a thesis about, you know, we shouldn't be cross-fertilizing human genes with genes of cows and genes of sheep. And one of the first experiments in that was happening at the Pauakani farms. And so I went along to listen, and Chloe she used examples from Aotearoa, took me into outer space, back into Te Ao, and back to my own little community of strategies how I could defend what I saw as something fundamentally wrong. Her inspiration for me on the tino rangatiratanga strategies to protect Te Tai Ao meant that the Greens got my party vote last year. And I want to say that I voted strategically so we could get clever people in that promote Te Tiriti, everybody. You know, you got to think about your vote. If we're going to vote, some of us are tino rangatiratanga and don't want to vote, okay? But, you know, people like her thinking inspired me. And it inspired me at a time when climate change around the world means our planet is dying. No one seems to care about it. But then my children are Ngāti Porou, and I was down there during Cyclone Gale and then that Cyclone Gabriel. And I saw what our foolishness had done. And then I heard the messages of unity, kotahitanga, strategies of protection from leadership like Chloe. And she's got a wicked smile. I haven't got one of those, you know, I've got to learn that smile for TV. She says the most cutting things with the most vivacious smile, okay, that everybody wants to follow the message. And I think the Greens Party is very lucky to have her amongst their ranks because she weaves a particular spiritual understanding of how the environmental principles of Papatuanuku and Te Taiao actually are for Māori to protect with the help of those that share this country with us. But we should be led not by our own personal needs, but what the environment tells us. The last speaker I never met, I'd heard about him. I was really surprised that when I did meet him, because he was actually a law clerk for a really famous Māori judge. And I was going, oh my God, he's gone into the system. He must have been seduced by all of the processes of judicial thinking. And it was such a breath of fresh air when I was teaching the tikanga course that my niece, Maureen Malcolm, said, you got to meet Eru Whaia. And I went, why? He's on to it. And I said, who is he? Don't you know that he's a triplet? I said, I don't even know if there's any triplets in the Māori world. Is he one of those? And he goes, yeah. Haven't you heard him speak before? No. Then he came in like a tornado into a classroom, and he transformed the classroom into a wānanga. He converted the space to a space of tino rangatiratanga, and then he recounted all the mātauranga Māori that he possesses as a way to challenge the superiority of the Pākehā law. Te Tiriti o Waitangi wasn't that relevant to him, can I be frank? Tikanga Māori as the first law of this country was. And so we are very privileged to have, I don't think they should be called the kohanga reo generation. They are the present generation of our leadership. You know, and I don't say that politely or, you know, to suck up to all you under 30s, because I got a couple of my own whānau, okay? But that leadership inspires. That leadership means that you make change because you're inspired. And yesterday on the marae Aotea, he had so much courage because I was saying, are they going to blow it up, you know, the activists? Then we better blow it up with them. You know, it was that moment on the Aotea. Could you see it? When Hone was yelling out, let them in, let them in. And the paipai was looking sideways. And he was graciously afforded the dignity of coming on to the marae, as all protesters did, with his no shoes on his feet. I had a good look to see whether he had shoes on his feet. He was touching Papatuanuku. He was imbued with all of the mana of our people, and he was surrounded by that new generation of leadership which will transform this world. Because I'm sorry, I'm not going to be here for another 40 years waiting for tino rangatiratanga. It's arrived. It arrived at our time. And that's what I want us to focus on in this session. So I'm not going to let them introduce themselves. We're going right into the business. And my first question to the panelists, and they've got 5 to 7 minutes each to answer, is how has Te Tiriti shaped your being? Ka pai? How has Te Tiriti shaped your being? It's not the principles. Remember what I'm saying? How has Te Tiriti itself shaped your being? Kia ora.
Ai o kia rangi nui, ai o kia Papatuanuku, ai o ki te ao marama, ai o ki ngā mokopuna kei te haere mai. Nā mihi kia tātou. I do waka ama, pēnei ēnei, because otherwise you could go a little bit mad trying to whakatika te tiriti. Mahi anau tēnei momo mahi te whakawhānui kōrero mo te tiriti o Waitangi mai te wā te kaumāwhitu. So I've been interested in te tiriti since I was about 17, through ngā tamatoa. And one of the things that I've learned is there's so many obstacles that you have to pace yourself. You have to be good to yourself and your children and your whānau. And you really have to look after yourself because it could drive you a little bit crazy. Because it's so sensible. Te kaupapa o te tiriti me te hakaputanga is so sensible. But you've got people who generate reasons why not to implement stuff. Yesterday I heard people I think are intelligent saying something to the effect of, when new immigrants come, we will become a minority, but that doesn't change our mana whenua status. Kei konei mātou mō ake tonu atu a tātou uri. More immigrants, less immigrants doesn't make a difference to mana whenua. So I thought, oh, that's a stance they used 30 years ago. When they find out that the Māori population is growing, in comes more immigration. And that's not to diminish those people that are refugees or, you know, in dire circumstances. But that's just the way it is. Māori are the fastest growing young population. So, what was it? Tino rangatiratanga. Oh, tino rangatiratanga. Oh, claimed it long time ago. Part of it is being responsible for all your actions, for creating the Māori alternate space that I believe is that we must create Māori spaces for ourselves. Kura kaupapa, kohanga reo, where we are not thriving, that we create the space, but like the idea to have a Māori health authority that's just gone down the drain. And, you know, at the end of the day, there's nobody better than Māori who know how to fix some of the issues that deal with us. But racism, systemic racism, prevents us because they don't trust us with the money, I suppose. And we displace a whole bunch of other racists in their current jobs. So how is the treaty and rangatiratanga is something I walk every day. It's not a distant horizon, it's part of my life. And so the only thing I would say, and I want to be short, is rangatiratanga is about taking responsibility for your whānau, creating good things, having plans. Having plans is that we just don't drift in and out of things. I'm going to be 70 next year, so I've committed to short projects. I ain't got the time to give 30 more years to any other take. And if people play games on me, I just move to the side for a while. I have time out, and then I decide, do I really want to waste my energy here, or would I rather get a little 6-week project across the line? That's where I'm at now. So rangatiratanga is using your influence positively. We all have influence. Mamas are the biggest influence in your whānau, whether it's your job. I talk about liberation just being the stroke of a pen. That if you are in a position of responsibility and if you are able to unpick something, sign it. For the right reasons, because it's helping somebody else or some other situation. So hoi nāno aku, and kia kaha koutou te reanga rangatahi, the middle-aged reanga e ngā kuia kaumātua. Yesterday there were other people whose children are here that I forgot to mention for Ngā Tamato. John Miller is our roving, John Miller, he didn't come up yesterday, but he's our photographer. And if he hadn't taken the photographic images back in the 70s, there would be no history of us. And the other one who's got a daughter here, and their whānau here, is Merata Mita. She was also a member, and she was considered outrageous at the time for even daring to think that she could be a film director. Anyhow, ngā mihi.
Morena te whānau. Is it okay if I sit down? I just got notes down here. It's been a bit of a week, so my brain's a bit frazzled. I just firstly wanted to mihi Annette to you. Thank you for hosting this space to have this whakaaro and lay that down, and to you, Hilda, and to Iru as well. Just also to my green whānau down here, and I can see Takuta back there, to Pāti Māori, our friends. And I've also just got a text from one Kiritapu Allen, and there's Marama Davidson coming right through the middle. And Kiritapu, who was supposed to be on this panel, gave her a text when we saw that she wasn't here, and she says that she's been stuck in standstill traffic for the last 50 minutes, but even left 2 hours early to try and be here, but unfortunately she won't be able to make it, so apologies on her behalf, but also want to mihi to the mahi that she's done over the last few years and actually her entire life, not only on this kaupapa, but on many. Yeah. So the pātai, Annette, was how has Te Tiriti shaped you? So I'm coming to this from, I guess, a bit of a personal reflection, but I also hold that absolutely everything is political. So the personal is political. And to that effect, I guess just to give you some insight into who I am, I'm a Pākehā kid born and raised in Tamaki Makaurau in 1994, born at Auckland Women's Hospital. And my first kind of memory and recollection that I have about Te Tiriti and about kind of tension as it was pitched in the mainstream media between races and between Māori and Pākehā was Don Brash. And also the iwi Kiwi debate during 2005 and prior to that as well, the foreshore and seabed in the early 2000s. And I remember as a Pākehā kid, people around me being terrified by this narrative that Māori were coming to take everything, to take the foreshore and the seabed and to charge the Pākehā for using it. And I reflect on that experience now as I have over the last few years in the context of what's been happening out at Putiki Bay on Waiheke Island, where it's actually been mana whenua on the front lines trying to defend public access to a space that has been privatised for private developers to extract profit and exploit our environment and actually only enable access for a privileged few. Capitalism and colonisation, as it turns out, is exactly what restricts public access to our natural resources. But that was my initial kind of starting point in learning this stuff, right? It was fear. And it was ignorance, and it was not knowing what was going on. So as I got older, I started to kind of try and unpick this stuff and learn more about it. I went to university and I studied philosophy and then law. And it was in law, my law tutor was one Natalie Coates, very lucky there in public law, where I started to unpack and understand what my place was in this country, but also the history of this country. And that's why I'm so enthused by the opportunity that young people in this country today have with the New Zealand Histories curriculum finally being in our schools. Because you know what? This, I guess, is a direct challenge to one Christopher Luxon, one David Seymour, and the other entities of government, but particularly those who I think perfectly embody the phrase that when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. And it is that I can understand ignorance, and I can understand the fear that comes from ignorance. But that is the invitation to lean in and to try and understand. And when you are in a position of leadership, it is your duty, your obligation, and dare I say, actually also a right that you have an opportunity to lean into, to take up that whiro and to lead from example that is educating oneself and then using that platform, that position, and that privilege to educate others who may be scared. It is not something that you should be doing to sow more of those seeds of fear. Because when you do that, you sow divisiveness. And this is what's been so concerning about the past few weeks and years, right? It's been that process by which we have heard ostensible so-called parliamentary and political leaders saying that they just want to have a conversation. Meanwhile, lobbying out statements and rhetoric that are founded on ignorance and fear-mongering intended to divide. That is not how you lead. So that's basically my reflection on this. I think that this is an opportunity, and this is a call out actually to all of the Pākehā in the room and all of our tangata Tiriti in the room. Because I have this way of thinking about things and how change comes about, and I'm often asked it in a university context where, people will go, how do I have a conversation with proverbial Uncle Jim at Christmas, who, is racist, and, I'm obviously really aggrieved by how he holds these views. The first thing that you need to realize if you have those family members is that you have access to that space and access to those conversations which others do not by virtue of your familial privilege. That means that doors are open and ears are open in a way that they may not be. And one thing that I have learnt with, again, noting and being aware of that privilege is the space and time that you have to listen and to unpack that ignorance. That's what being an ally is. It's not expecting others to do that, especially those who are on the front line of being oppressed, right? Your job is to ask proverbial Uncle Jim why he thinks the way that he does. And you're to listen to that. And when you come to hear all of those things and Uncle Jim is unpacking all of these reasons, the really fascinating thing about what a lot of cognitive studies have shown is that a lot of people actually in this day and age have not had to explain why they think the way that they do. And this is part and parcel of how polarized society is becoming. And when Uncle Jim is explaining this stuff, Uncle Jim himself comes to realize just how little he actually knows. So you get to the bottom of that. You get to the bottom of just how little Uncle Jim actually knows about this. And then finally, Uncle Jim's heart and mind might be a little bit more open to also listening in response to you. That's what reciprocity in a kōrero is all about, right? And that is the privilege that Pākehā in this room have specifically to deal with the roots of racism and to deal with the roots of ignorance and misunderstanding and fear, and to start to do that work that is necessary to uphold Te Tiriti o Waitangi, let alone he whakapūtanga. Thank you very much.
Ai taku whaia, e nei, noho e ki taku tūru nei ka tangi, i te aho o kupu ki au, ai o mihi ki au me te whakamā hoki, i te maharatanga iho, e kua 5 miniti noihua hau I loto I tēnei kēmu, engari e kaurua ko taku whaia e noho nei, ko ngā OGs o te kēmu. Māku e ki konei, whaia Annette, whaia Hilda, you're my heroes. Matua Hone, he's my hero, you're all my heroes, and if I can be 1% as hearty as you fellas one day, I'll be happy. Hoi anō, e mihi ana ki a koutou, ko te legacy o te rangatiratanga tēnei e noho nei. Anei ko tā koutou mokopuna te mihi, ki a koutou me te mārohirohi, o a koutou mahi roto I ngā taumaha. O te rai te whare, I'm going to say a line and I want you to respond toitu te tiriti. Ka pai? Tihei te hakaputanga. Bit more kaha. Tihei te hakaputanga. Right, 3rd time's a charm, I think. Tihei te hakaputanga. Mōrena. It's beautiful to be here today. There's a bit of a mission getting around Haruru, but anei, kua tai mai. He tohu te rānei I te kahatini o ngā tāngata e hihi ana kia tai mai ki te kaupapa I te rānei. No reila māku e ki he hātāhua. Hākua he hoha he hātāhua. Yeah, I just want to reiterate my support for the kōrero that's been shared already. It's beautiful to hear. My own experience, I guess, around how Te Tiriti has shaped me, I reflect on the experience of learning your own whakapapa. And if you haven't done that, I'd recommend it, actually. It's a journey, but it's a centering journey. I'll never forget the day that I discovered the whakapapa from my tupuna ariki, Ruanui a Tāne, who came here on Māmari Waka, I roto I te puna I te ao marama, I roto o Hokianga. a tōna wā ka tai atu ki roto o te kao, ko te au pauri tērā. And the heke all the way from Ruanui a tāne to my grandfather and then to me. And seeing that is an extremely centering experience. It solidifies your place in your iwi, in your rohe, and it's a strengthening experience. So I can compare that as well with Te Tiriti. When you look at, and it's, I deliberately started us off today by tūhei te hakaputanga toitu Te Tiriti, because those two things are one and the same. Te tuakana me te teina, and they have a shared whakapapa. Right? So if we look at the whakapapa of those documents, and even before that, the earliest whakapapa being our tūpuna coming here from Hawaii and establishing their own laws, philosophies, ways of living that were equally as sophisticated and valid as those that the Pākehā brought over here. But that's something that we need to remind not only not only Pākehā of, but ourselves. So that for me is the start point of our whakapapa in respect of te whakaputanga and te tiriti. The arrival of Pākehā and those early interactions where Pākehā were extremely reliant on the strength of the Māori economy, without which they would not be living today. And then through to the signing of both te hakaputanga as a declaration to the universe, anei ahau, he rangatira ahau. And then we get to te tiriti, which is something that centers not only me, but also Chloe, sitting to my side here. And it centers our relationship on this whenua of Aotearoa. Unfortunately, a lot of people have gone off-center, to put it lightly. Yeah? They've gone so far, they can't even see the center point, which is te tiriti o Waitangi. And ko te pūtaki o tērā, ko te kūware, that comes from their ignorance. And ironically, we have to educate Pākehā, which is draining, but it's necessary for us to defend our rights. So te hakaputanga e te tiriti is centering, and it's also an immortalization of our truth. That truth being that we are the rangatira of this whenua, we always have been, and we always will be. Right? And so long as we hold fast to that truth in our hearts and in our minds, that I think that's been a huge influence in my thinking and how I live my life. I carry this truth with me everywhere I go, and I feel like I'm 10 feet tall when I do. I feel like a rangatira, and I want all of us to feel this way. It's important that we reclaim that truth, and we believe in that truth in order for us to all pursue our own rangatiratanga with courage and with dignity. I want to acknowledge my bros sitting over here, Hori and Te Kuru, I konei I ngā tatane. Our kaupapa yesterday, runga o Ruarangi. If you ask me after that how I felt, I would say to you, I feel like a rangatira. Right? And that's because I know I've got te tiriti at my back, I've got te whakaputanga at my back, and I've got my tūpuna at my back. So koia tērā ko taku tirohanga ki tēnei mea ki te tiriti kātahi, ki te hakaputanga kātahi, ki te tiriti kārua. Kia ora tātou.
So that the state of Hilda Harawira, she's onto it with Te Tiriti, okay? The state of the arriving settlers, tauiwi, whanaunga, because there's a whanaungatanga, they're onto it, eh? Their state of being, and we've got the leadership for tomorrow. So my next question is, how should this nation give effect to Te Tiriti? How should this nation give effect to this treaty? And I'm going to start at the other end coming forward while they're thinking about this. On the spot answers here, okay? Nothing prepared, just letting you know. I'm liable to fail on Hilda's strategies because you always got to have a plan, but I want spontaneity in the response. Because if Te Tiriti is that construct that we've heard about, how should this nation respond to, give effect, honour, trust Te Tiriti in its practice, evolution, operation, understanding?
Tēnā koe te whaia. Wai maili hanga he tangata whai kōrero ahau, no reila koe nei taku ao. hoi anō. I think the way that I view Te Tiriti justice, well, I guess to start us off, and this is my re-engineering of the famous kōrero of Martin Luther King. The path of tikai and pono is long, but it bends towards tiriti justice. Okay? And that tiriti justice, to me, the end point, the hawaikitanga of giving full justice to Te Tiriti o Waitangi is constitutional transformation. So I would call myself a Māori constitutionalist and a believer in the scriptures of Matua Moana Jackson I roto o Matuke Mai, rao tahi ko taku whae ko Mākere Mutu, and I think koia tērā ko te Hawaiki. But in saying that, and I think there's been a false competition created between constitutional transformation and kind of smaller incremental changes. But my view of those things is that these smaller incremental changes are actually all steps towards constitutional transformation. And so that's one of those false competitions that I think's been designed deliberately by the colonizer to really distract us from even looking at that further place and what might be better over that way. Right? Taku whakaro tuatahi tērā. And so in order for us to, I guess, get some good traction and trajectory on this pathway, a key thing for me is tiriti re-education. Tiriti education itself has actually been around for a little while, before my time even. But even leaders of Te Tiriti education movements would acknowledge that in large parts it's been a failure. And that's going back to the kōrero that I shared before. Much of the Tiriti education to date does not circle back to our truth that we never ceded sovereignty. So when I talk about Tiriti re-education, I actually think we also need to move the center point away from Te Tiriti and firstly acknowledge he hakaputanga. And so it's not Tiriti education in and of itself, it's rangatira education. And so that is what I think is a crucial starting point for us to kind of get another wind in our sails I a tātou e ahu atu ana ki tēnei Hawaiki. Rangatira, re-education, first and foremost within ourselves as te iwi Māori. I've been coming to Waitangi since I was little. Okay? That's not to say that since I was little I've known about Te Tiriti, I've known about He Hakaputanga, the history and the whakapapa. I just used to walk around here and try and be a skux. That was me, quite stark contrast to what happened yesterday. Well, no, that's the journey that I've been on in terms of reclaiming knowledge, facts, and our truth. And so, if we're all on that journey, ka pai tēnā. Ka tahi ka tahuri pēr ki te Pākehā, e rangi anō ki au, mā te Pākehā anō te Pākehā i āwhina. And I want to acknowledge, I've seen some people over in Copthorne, Tangata Tiriti Aotearoa, a group that have come together to Pākehā educating themselves. That's awesome, but I think it's ensuring as well that our truth is not hidden in that education process. Kia ora tātou.
So the question was, how should this nation honour or reflect on Te Tiriti, or ultimately where are we kind of going? And I guess just in reflecting on some of what Eru has said, tell the truth. It's kind of a good starting point. Tell the truth, and all of our leaders telling the truth. Because as soon as we've got that as the starting point with regard to mana whenua never having ceded sovereignty, he whakaputanga, Te Tiriti, and an understanding of our shared history, that then I think also invites just reflecting on that earlier kōrero as well in terms of our place and how each of us in our personal journeys have intersected with Te Tiriti. One of the kind of other really core components for me is how it actually also offers an opportunity for Pākehā in particular, but for tangata Tiriti in general, to understand how they come to stand on this land. And that understanding gives you a sense of purpose and place and deep connection, which then helps you to channel into what is necessary for us to get to systems change. You know, in your opening words, Annette, you were referring to the climate crises, and we all also know that we're currently confronting some of the greatest inequality that we've seen on record in this country. You know, the top 311 families hold more wealth than the bottom 2.5 million New Zealanders combined. That's not an accident, it's a consequence of the political and economic system and decisions that have been made by politicians for generations now. How do we undo all of that stuff? We do it through systems change. What is the blueprint for what that systems change looks like? It's Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It is ultimately understanding what our constitutional future can look like. And just with regard to Mai Tiki Mai, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, it's a phenomenal piece of work. And I believe actually one Julia Whaiputu was involved in that a few years ago as well. And that outlines what our kind of political sphere could potentially look like, what constitutional transformation could look like. That was occurring, that mahi, contemporaneously with what to me I will always be deeply, deeply angry and frustrated by, and I think many probably are around the country, which was reflected in the voting rates. That was happening at the same time as the flag referendum. So the flag referendum, obviously put forward under Key's national government, was to me just the most hollow example of a branding exercise. What label or what kind of aesthetic do we want to stamp on our country? None of those deeper questions of who we are and who we want to be and what the values are that bind us all together. And those are what is contained within He Whakaputanga and within Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So how should this nation move forward with regard to honouring Te Tiriti? It is telling the truth. It is that education. It is reparations. It is being really open and honest about the fact that the treaty can never be settled. It is supposed to be honoured, and that is an ongoing process. And that begs some really uncomfortable questions of our Westminster parliamentary system. And you'll see time and again that politicians will hide behind this argument of, oh, but you know, who's the crown if we get rid of, you know, the way that things currently work in our parliamentary Westminster system? But again, these questions can and will be and are answered in the likes of Mai Tiki Mai. It just requires us leaning into that discomfort and starting to answer those questions together. It also looks ultimately like constitutional transformation, and it looks like the Crown handing back power that it stole. Because that's what telling the truth and reconciliation means.
Kia ora tātou, ngā mihi kia koe matua, Oni Sadler. Pai te kiti a koe wāngini a tātou. I think the political forum came about many, many years ago when the hikoi started coming to Waitangi about 79, and the marae had the responsibility of doing so many pōhuri. Then what? Because people, part of the kaupapa of Te Tiriti was to talk about what are the things that were bothering us, what's the plan for the way forward. And so I think that's how the political forum started. And this is the first year that it's been shifted to here. And I just want to acknowledge my daughter, Nahuia, for doing all that in the background. Yeah, I want you to look at that banner over there. And that came out of one hikoi, I can't remember when, within the recent 4 years. And that was some of the stuff that came from young kids. And anyhow, when I pulled it out the other day, I thought, oh, wow. I forgot. War on sugar, salt, cigarettes, domestic violence, a bleak future. What is that other one? What? Oh, poor, education, health, and housing. And underneath it all was racism. So, koenei ngā kōrero ko puta mai ngā māngai o ngā tamariki, ngā whakaro ngā tamariki. Now, 2040, for me, is a bit of a problem. I know that that's been recommended, and I think it's, I dislike that time frame. I dislike it because it's saying that it'll take Pākehā in this country 200 years to unpick their racism or systemic practices. And I'm not a constitutionalist thing, but I do, and what's been said around Ngāpuhi a lot is that we embed te whakaputanga me te Tiriti o Waitangi in the constitution of Aotearoa and in Mātike Mai, and there's been lots and lots of hui led by credible Māori people, Moana Jackson, Makere Mutu. So I don't like that 2040 time frame. We've just had a change of government, and look what they've tried to take backwards. So I don't know what the right time frame is. I say something like 2028. but I could be wrong. That might be debatable, but I don't like the 2040. Anything could happen. We were impacted by COVID. Turned our country and the world, not just Aotearoa, and mihi to Jacinda. A mihi to Jacinda for her leadership and their leadership during that time. And I don't want to get into arguments, but you just have to ask Māori where all the lumpy parts in your urupa, that's where all of the big deaths, emergency burials were held, the lumpy parts with no names. So we have that history back from 2018 and even pre-1840. So aroha mai got to look at, so 2040 is a big one. Oh, mainga. I got to write myself notes because I'm old. Hold on. And I think of something and I already forgot it. Yeah, so 2040, rethink that date. There's been so much unrest with this 100-day plan. And on there, you know, they've got the kids who are saying cigarettes and then they bring in vaping. But also now they're going to dump the smoke-free law and at the same time provide more funding for cancer treatment. Anyhow. And one of the things I have noted in here is that some of these people are our whanaunga and our brothers, but you cannot hide behind your Māoritanga, behind your connections to us. Mena ka he, and it's our responsibility to challenge that. Alliances are really important. During the time of Tamatoa, there were active alliances that are still alive today, 50 years plus later. They were with Polynesian Panthers. They were with Pākehā organisations, anti-racism organisations. They worked every day. My mother-in-law, Tita Whai, would talk about how they'd ring each other up. Oliver Sutherland would say, right, we need to be at such and such an office by 8 a.m. Okay, you do the press statement, so-and-so do the leaflet. And they were there the next day. There was none of this long deliberation and hui and blah, blah, blah. It just got done. So alliances are really important, especially with this attack on Te Tiriti. And we need to rebuild those ones with Pākehā. They're there. Tangata Tiriti, I applaud you for your mahi over the years. And please don't ask us Māori to come and talk to you about Te Tiriti. I get really scared and because we automatically go into defence, passive attack mode. So please ask Pākehā to talk to Pākehā groups, Pasifika to talk to Pacifica groups, Asian to talk to Asian groups. And my mother-in-law used to say, we got enough to do, talking to our own. So, and you cannot unpick the treaty. So my whakaaro is, I don't feel threatened by this government because you can't turn the tide back. It's already happening. There's generations. I'm waiting for the hikoi to come because it's come from many parts of Muri Whenua. And this is the first time I hear my nieces are involved and they've got about 50 horses. I'm thinking, what the hell? Where are the horses going to fit if we can't even get the cars through? But I won't worry about that. So hoi nano, koe rā ka whakaaro mona.
Okay, I know we've only got to 10 o'clock, but I have one last question, which will be a quick fire thing. I'm going to start with Chloe. What's the 3 strategies to share power by next week? What's the 3 strategies to make sure that that's completed by 2028? I'll start with Chloe, go backwards, and Hilda will be last. Kia ora.
Okay, we're writing this down as we're going. 3 strategies to share power by next week. So this is kind of, I guess, probably related to what I was laying down before with regard to, this is a call out to particularly the Pākehā, to Tau Iwi, to Tangata Tiriti in the audience. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Do not stand idly by when you are involved in conversation or overhearing conversation that is misrepresenting or lying. I can't say lying in the parliamentary chamber. as I found out. Even if it is. But it is our obligation as people who are on this land by virtue of Te Tiriti to tell the truth and to uphold that constitutional document. So that's the first one, and that's a call out especially to those Pākehā Tauiwi Tangata Tiriti in the audience. The second, and it builds on top of that, is to educate. So this is about all of us engaging with, educating ourselves as well, because the more that we know about this stuff, the more that we arm ourselves with the facts and the history that enable us to have deeper kōrero, but also to understand more about ourselves and how all of these different kaupapa with regard to Papatūānuku and the state of Te Taiao are deeply interconnected. So it's to tell the truth and to educate ourselves and then to use that to educate others. And building on top of that, it's to organize and to mobilize, okay? Politics, the Kāwanatanga sphere, do not leave politics to the politicians, okay? I have a way of talking about this one, and you may have heard the adage that you get the love that you think that you deserve. Well, whānau, we get the politics that we think that we deserve, and the bar is too damn low, okay? We have expected the absolute abject worst from our politicians, at least my entire lifetime. And I think we've got precisely what we've expected. But I think it's important for all of us to know and to recognize that that place, that parliament, only gets its perceived so-called legitimacy from our engagement or lack thereof. And one of the kind of core diagnoses that I have for how we've ended up with politics with this bar so low is that people haven't seen, obviously, politics the way that they want it to be represented, so they don't engage with it. Understandably so, right? But when you don't engage, you get even less representation, whether that's, you know, literally the people that you want, but also the kaupapa, the ideas that you want to see represented. When you don't have that representation, guess what? You get less action on the things that you want. When you have less action, people are less inclined to be engaged, and then there's less representation, less action, less engagement, and so on and so forth. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a downward spiral. So we have to find fuse breakers for that cycle, and that is community. That is operating at the most local level that we possibly can, because that's where we find the seeds of hope. In those kōrero with our neighbours, with our whānau, our family members, with those in our workplaces and in our flats. When we educate and we organise within those spaces, we prove to ourselves that it's possible to do this stuff. And then we buy ourselves that hope to do it at an even bigger scale. And we've seen demonstrations at Waitangi, including yesterday at the Pōwhiri. And we've seen the most people that I've ever seen here at Waitangi this past several years that I've been here. And this is something that we have to keep moving and building on, because they're not going to do it for us from the top down. In fact, as we've heard and as we've seen, they have quite the different agenda. So this is the time and the space to tell the truth, to educate ourselves and each other, and to organise and mobilise. And we're starting next week. Kia ora.
One of the rules of Waikōrero, if in doubt, tukua he wero. No leila, taku wero ki tēnei pātai e taku whae, I lunga tonu I te aroha, but why share power? Te Tiriti doesn't necessarily, it doesn't talk about the sharing of power. It talks about anei tōku mana, anei te mana o te iwi Māori, te kāwana, anei tētahi tikanga, mau, e ora ai o tāngata I lunga I tēnei whenua. So kei kona taku titiro. I want us to move past sharing power. Even when we reflect on the whole co-governance thing in Three Waters, that only met the halfway point of the watermark of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Really, we were just getting warmed up, and Pākehās were still getting riled up about it. So when we talk about that, what this division of power might look like, where one source of power does not suffer because of the other, I want to relay the idea of a Māori parliament. And that's not a new thing. It used to exist. Those used to be a thing for our tūpuna. My tūpuna, E Parai Mamatu Kapa, he was part of the Māori Parliament as well as the Pākehā Parliament. And so it's about reviving that whakaaro. But that all circles back to what we've all been talking about since the beginning of this koho, this kōrero, is Te Tiriti as our truth and Te Tiriti as our power. And that truth being that we never ceded sovereignty. We live in a dangerous environment as a minority on our own whenua, also where our truth has been radicalized. If I said to you the sky was blue, if I said to any Pākehā on the street that the sky was blue, of course they would agree with me, because that's a fact. Yeah? But if I shared the fact that my tupuna never ceded sovereignty in either 1835 or 1840 or at any point in history, then I'll be called a radical. And I'll be said, no, don't share that kōrero, that's dangerous, that's radical. And that's a dangerous situation to be in where our truth is radicalized. But the only difference between a radical thought and a normative thought is time and familiarity. Whae Hurama, they were called radicals back in their day. Engari ka haere tonu, I runga I te mōhio, if you move that point of what radical looks like and what radical feels like, then a tōna wā, ka normalise ngia tērā whakaaro. Yeah? So koe nā tāku ki a tātou, and I'm doubtful that that will happen next week, but at least in 2026, you can vote Te Pāti Māori, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora tātou. Well, it's good we're all listening now. And we're all sharing ideas, because I no doubt all of you are influential people in your own right, in your own area of mahi, no matter what sort of expertise we all have. And I want to mihi to Radio Tautoko, who've been here mai rāno, 1989, covering events like this. Act, well, if you haven't started acting, start acting now. Not acting in a drama, but, you know, planning. Creatively, I would like to say that I'd like to believe in peaceful activism, non-violence, that's really important, and that we have a right to self-defense, but, you know, anyhow, leave that there. Have good tikanga, have really good tikanga within your groups of action. Listen, because I think with Ngāpuhi, who've been presenting their claims since 2010, it was really good to get the second stage, part of the second stage report back, to see that somebody was actually listening. Whether anyone changes it is another story. But pai te hakarongo. And what I learned coming here, I love coming to these forums, because I learn what people on the ground are saying and doing, and what the latest in their development is. The other day I listened to Te Kotahitanga o Ngā Hapu, and the women there were talking about Ngāpuhi doesn't want settlement, they want reparations. They want to, you know, define and decide what they want. So alliances are really important. You can't ask for help if you don't give help back. We still have a genuine love between the Pākehās that fought with us, Polynesian Panthers, the Irish group, and the Indian guy from Awhia that printed the kara posters back in 1990 when we launched the Māori flag. We had no money, but we called on creativity, and we wanted something that reflected Te Ao Māori, and we borrowed it from the Aboriginal flag. And, you know, that idea has flown. We don't try and own it. We try and be kaitiaki of it. And that idea went off with young people. So creativity. Aupito Seo asked the other day in the kingitanga, what do you want us to do? What role do you want Pacific Islanders to play? Well, I'm saying to us in Māoridom, we better figure that one out, because he is wanting some direction. And we need to answer those kind of questions. And I know Parker used to ask that of my mother-in-law, and she used to keep saying, you fellas just keep talking to Parker and keep them educated, keep them on board. And my third action would be, you better have Annette Meriane and Hone somewhere in the, not the advisory team, but the, I don't know. Anyhow, you got an idea. Something. Advising somebody. Oh, tell us what the third one is.
We should be in the behind closed doors team, okay? Kia ora. Anyhow, we have to wrap it up. I've been honoured to facilitate 3 great minds whose intellectualism has taken us beyond the horizon of the oceans behind me, as high as the mountains into the depths of our mother. And we've been privileged to have them all here at the same time. So that's what matakite, maranga mai, might have required of us. Thank you all for listening. Don't move. Watch the rest of the day, because the wero went out on the atia yesterday, but the action must distill overnight, and you must let it sink deeply into your puku. Not into your throat, deep into your puku. So when you ingest it, it fills your very being with the desire to change, to make that change because it's in your puku, not because someone else is doing it, but because you feel the absolute desperate need to make it happen with some urgency. I don't want to delay us anymore. My dream of a treaty blueprint is what Edu's described. I think we've already shared power. The Queen, in her mindful kindness, asked us to look after those that come to this country. And I believe that our manaakitanga is second to none in the world, and I've been around the world. And I do so not because I feel kiriwiti or, I have to do it. I genuinely love sharing this country with people who share values with me. It's genuine. And I want that genuineness to be shared. If it's 2028, I'll definitely be here. If it's 2040, I might be in a wheelchair by then, but I'll definitely be here. But I will create within my own whānau those that will make the pilgrimage to Waitangi as I have since I was 16. So, kia ora no tātou.
Ko ngā tikuri te au pauri, kia kotahi mai tātou katoa. Te rarawa ngai takoto, ko ngā tikahu, kia kaha mai rā. A whina tia mai e tātou, ngā uri o muri penua, kia whiwhi ai ngā taonga nei o ngā tūpuna. Te tiriti, te tiriti o Waitangi, e whiringa mō tātou, ko te mana motuha, o te iwi Māori e kaha, o te mana me te aroha, kia whiwhi ai ngā taonga nei o ngā tūpuna. Tēnā koutou, aku rangatira, homai te pakipaki.
Ai rai hoa mānau mai hoki mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu i te whare waka, i roto o Waitangi. I runga i tēnei o ngā rangi hira. Te rao Waitangi i 2024, kua hau tēnei, kua ni mākiha e mihi kawatuana kia koutou katoa. Aha kua, ngā āhuatanga o tēnei rā, e hikaka ana ngā wairua, e hikaka ana te tangata. Kua kipai te whare wānanga, tō tātou Forum Tent, i te tangata, kua muia katoatia. Ko ia rā te pānara tuatahi mō tēnei rā, ko me hoki whakamuri aroha mai. Te pānara tuatahi te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko ngā kai kōrero ko Chloe Swarbrick, mai te pāti kākāriki. Ko Hilda Harawira, rātou ko Iru Kapa Kingi, ko te kai hautu, ko Annette Sykes. E mihi kawana ki ngā kaupapa kōrero i puta mai, ki ngā whakaaro i hora, ki mua i te aroaro i tēnei ata. I nāia nei, e anga mua ana ki tō tātou pānara tuarua, te tuo Ngāti Hine, Len Bristow, Rowena, Tana, Lartson, Claire, Tāko Haropati, Heidi Mackie, ko te kai hautu mō tēnei o ngā pānara, ko Huhana Linden. E mihi ana kia tātou katoa, me tere tō koutou tai mai ki konei, ko ki pai te whare i tēnei a wā tonu. E tika ana me whai wāhi atu mātou te tuku mihi ki ngā kai hautu, ki ngā kai hāpai, ko Ruku Waitipine Alan tērā, e whakahaere ana i te papatū waiwai. Anō rā hoki ki ona kai tautoko ahine wai pumare. Anō rā hoki ki tō tāte whanaunga ngā hui a Harawira I whakarite katoa tia I ngā kai kōrero me ngā kaupapa kōrero. Kia ngā mua tonu tātou, te rūnanga o ngā puhi hei te takiwa o te haurua mai, te kaumatahi karaka I te ata, ko mane tāhere, ko Kauri Clark, ko mene mangu, rātou ko Hone Sadler, e kōrero ana mo ngā take katoa e whai pānga ana kia tātou o ngā puhi. Engari, ko te āhua nei, kua rite tō tātou pānara tuarua, te tū o ngā tihine e mihi kawana ki ngā uri whakaheke o roto mai o ngā tihine. Kia tahuria ki tātou, kia kapo ake I ngā kōrero, kua hau tēnei kwani mā kiha e mihi kaua tuana kia koutou katoa. Kaua e tawhiti te haere, noho tonu mai. Anei rā, te rā o Waitangi rātu, te tua ono ngā rā o Pepuere. Rua mano, rua tukau mā whā.
Mga he manawatanga kei runga I a tātou, I tarea mai te kawana. A tātou I got one question. Who likes David Seymour? Well, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here today. O reira e tātou tuanau, ki te hakatau I a mātou, te ngāti hine, te tua o ngāti hine, koe tēne ko te kai hol, hakahere I mātou kōrero, mō ngā kapa take e pāna ki te tiriti o Waitangi me te tua o ngāti hine. Tuka a huhana Linden.
Kia ora koutou katoa. E mihi ana kia koutou ngā whanaunga tini. Mano tāngata kua puta mai ki runga I a Ruarangi whenua Waitangi. Hei mau mahara, hei whakanui. I tēnei kāwenata tapu o tātou ko te Tiriti o Waitangi. E mihi nei, e mihi nei. Tēnā koe Uncle Lenny. Just got so much energy. Ko tō tātou kaupa e mea nei ngā pū kōrero o Ngāti Hine, mo tō tātou wāhi kōrero. The purpose of us coming to the forum tent this year, and thank you ngā huia kia whai wāhi Ngāti Hine ki te kōrero, to whakanui and build on the conversation that we commenced at Tūranga Waiwai, the hui a motu. And let's explore that further. What does he whakapūtanga me te Tiriti o Waitangi mean now? How do we do that mahi together? But also, let's not forget the journey travelled. So it was beautiful to hear Whaere Net and Era o ngā mātanga kōrero having their wānanga, and we're here to support and build on the discussion over many days. So acknowledging the kai whakahaere of our forum tent and really grateful for this beautiful wānanga that we're having over the last 3 days. And we're going to pass the mic along. Each kai kōrero will speak to different topics, and I'll give you a little bit of whakarāpopo tō kōrero, but they will introduce themselves as well. Ko tō tātou kai kōrero tuatahi, e pāna ki te tū o Ngāti Hine. Te tū o Ngāti Hine is a kaupapa, well, it's our gorgeousness, it's our Ngāti Hine tanga, eh? It's all in it, it's a full package. But our first kai kōrero will talk to you about those things which are unique as Ngāti Hine, our hapu and our marae. Nō reiro, homai te pakipaki, mō Lāti Sinclair.
Hoi no, tēnā tātou, I te tuatahi Elen, e ki ana te kōrero, I nā poto ngā tarau, ka poto te kōrero, te hanga nei, hakua te roa o tarau, I mau tērā kaupapa I a koe, nā reire mihi atu ana ki a koe. Ki a koe anō hoki e huana, e whakahaere ana I tēnei kaupapa mō tātou, I tēnei wā I a tātou kōrana. Kia ora everybody, my name is Rati Sinclair. On the advert it was Lat, and I said to Huhana, hey, that's my whānau nickname. That's not my name out in public. People won't know who I am. So tēnā tātou, ko Rati tōku ingoa, I'm from Matawaia. Te kaui mua, he maha ngā hono ngā āhapu, ngā hono ngā iwi, I runga I au, engari e mihi atu ana tēnei kia koutou. So te tū o Ngāti Hine, e kōrero ana tērā, I'm going to talk in Māori and Pākehā. E kōrero ana tērā mō tō tātou, mō tō mātou momo, mō tō mātou āhua, mō tō mātou whakaputa I tō mātou māramatanga ki o mātou whakapapa. So what does that mean, and why do we want to do this? Why do we want to take this pathway I guess not only just for the take that's relating to Te Tiriti o Waitangi he whakapitanga wera kōrero, but actually in life. So one of the challenges for us is about changing the narrative or changing the words in order to change the narrative. So when we talk about, I've been listening over the last couple of days, changing the words to change the narrative is the same as the kōrero about the treaty being a fraud. The treaty is a fraud. And then we moved our kōrero to then honouring the tiriti. And in the way reo grows within a tangata, the way reo, the reo that you use, the language that you use, I guess it captures and it frames the way in which we look, understand the world. You name it, you claim it. And so with Te Tū o Ngāti Hine is that we're wanting to, to put our kaupapa forward as the kaupapa that we move forward with. Hono, he whakarotanga mō tātou. So Te Tū o Ngāti Hine is intrinsically about Ngāti Hine. It's, how do I say it? It's characteristics. One of the questions that you ask when you're trying to understand or trying to grow an understanding of Te Tū o Ngāti Hine is, what are the characteristics that make you Ngāti Hine? And so what makes you Ngāti Hine? What makes Ngāti Hine Ngāti Hine? So it's quite a conversation that we've had amongst ourselves, and it's a journey. It's just like we were talking about it the other day. It's like clouds, ne? Clouds are like, it's there, and then when you get closer, you can still see it, but when you grab onto it, it kind of puffs up and goes away. And you think, right, so how do you then grapple with something that's a little bit conceptual and yet absolutely makes up part of your, your hapu identity, your whakapapa identity? So through, I guess, from the early 80s, once upon a time we were calling it, again, it's the wording, calling it Ngāti Hinetanga. Ngāti Hinetanga, then there was a hui at our home in Ngāti Hine, and the kōrero was that we didn't, let's no longer use Ngāti Hinetanga because e whakapākehā ngiana tō mātou tū. And from then to now, we've moved into Te Tū o Ngāti Hine, because it's not about how we roll, but it's about how we stand. So when I think about Te Tū o Ngāti Hine, some of the characteristics, so for example, within our kaupapa, we've got to make sure that, te tai o ngā tū o Ngāti Hine, kia heke tonu te reo. So it's our responsibility that the reo continues to our tamariki, continues to our mokopuna. Another tū of Ngāti Hine is that this whakapapa is a whakapapa that comes from Hine Amaru Tupuna, and that whakapapa connects us to all our marae. So there are many instances where if Ngāti Hine go into Ngāti Hine marae, the manuhiri then becomes the kaimihi of the other manuhiri that shows up. And it's not really something that gets put out in the world as it's something to do, something that we do, but when you're in-house and you know who you are and you know where you come from and you know your whanaungatanga, then that context in itself then helps you, then drives your understanding of how you roll or how you stand. So, Te Tū o Ngāti Hine in our kōkiri is about reminding ourselves to come back to ourselves. It's about committing, it's an absolute commitment to whakapapa. So if we take that whakaro and drive it through Te Tū o Ngāti Hine, through this kaupapa, then kōna hua he mano mano, kōna hua ka mato mato. Oina anō aku tēnei wā, kia ora mai tātou.
O mai te paki. Can I add on to what Lati's sharing? And I think of Te Tū o Ngāti Hine as like your cultural identity. And as you've shared, Lart, it's like taking back ownership of who we are when we are always seen as Māori at the bottom of all the statistics, the negative stuff, that we have had negativity placed upon Tiwi Māori, and that tribal pride, when we put it on a T-shirt, like Auntie Rowena and Heidi over there in Tākoha, it's okay to be Ngāti Hine, it's okay to be from Ngāti Hau, it's okay to be Ngāti Tautahi. So we're standing in our own uniqueness, and for myself, I'm from Te Orewai Hapu, Ngāti Hine Te Iwi. Anybody from Pipiwai in the house? Surely there's a couple of us, I'm eyeballing them right now. Great place, Pitooteo, you know. But through our hapu, through our whakapapa, we recognise Hine Amaru Te Tūpuna as our biggie, and then it comes back down to us Ngāuri Whakaheke. So thank you for sharing that. And it's intergenerational, trying to share that pride, the identity, and the sense of connection between tātou ia tātou. Because sometimes we do get quite competitive. Like, you know, Mototo and Pipiwai, if you've been there, you can see it. It's a beautiful thing, the maunga. And then we've got Mototo Kainga on the other side. We get a little bit competitive with Mototo or Matawaia, even Ortidia. You know, they're quite strong, you know. So, but that competition or that whanaungatanga is something that's our glue. It binds us as well as we kōkiri and we move together. And I think of kaupapa that we've moved together with. So we're going to turn the time now and look at our journey through the Waitangi Tribunal hearings. There's been a few kōrero throughout the past few days about ngā hapu o Ngāpuhi Te Paparahi o Te Raki inquiry, the biggest Waitangi Tribunal inquiry in the history of the tribunal. And our Whaia Rowena, who's going to speak, has been a key driver, administrator and coordinator within Te Kotahitanga o ngā hapu o Ngāpuhi, Ngāti Hine, and it's an important space that we do not forget. We do not forget what we have inherited from our ancestors, but also the legacy and responsibility that they give us as well. So I'll pass the time over to Auntie Rowena Tana. Ho mai te pakipaki.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Rowena Tana tōku ingoa, no Ngāti Hine, Te Orewai, Ngāti Tiara, Ngāti Te Tarawa, Ngāti Rahiri, Ngāti Kawa, Matarahurahu. Yeah, I'll get to the best last. Ngāpuhi, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou Ngāpuhi, me Ngāti Manu. Ora, ora. Thank you all for coming this morning. It's a very hot morning, but it's a beautiful day for us all to enjoy and celebrate Waitangi Day together. To my whānau at home, ngā mihi kia koutou, aroha kia koutou. So and to my mates here, I don't know if you've noticed Len Bristow's socks. He had those same socks on the other day. They're hot dog socks. Hot dog socks. And if you know Len Bristow, you'll know that he is hot. He is saucy, like his socks, like his hot dog socks. He's awesome. So my topic was to talk about our journey with the Waitangi Tribunal. So as we know, the Waitangi Tribunal was created in 1975. There's an Act of Parliament under the Waitangi Tribunal Act. Ngāti Hine in the early days. So I want to talk about one of our particular claims, the Y49. That is something that I can speak on. I can speak on the Y682. I can't speak on other people's claims because they are their claims. The Y49, some of you, most of you weren't around at that time. And so it was back in the early 1980s when they were proposing to build the marina out at Opua, the Stage 1 marina. And a lady named Cherry Daly, and I mihi to her. She came to Ngāti Hine and she said, "Hey, this is what's going on in here. Do you want to get involved, Ngāti Hine?" And of course we did. And so, along with our whanaunga, Te Kapotai, Ngāti Manu, and Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu. Sir James put in the claim for us all, the Y49, because while Sir James, he couldn't, so Sir James is my grandfather. I'm one of his mokopuna. There are many of us. He couldn't, it wasn't, his issue wasn't with the developer as much as it was with the government of the day, the local councils, all those government agencies that were making these decisions without even consulting with us. And so if you happen to go to Opua, if you've not been there before, or you're catching the ferry across to Kororareka, along by the Opua Hall is Te Pauihi. So back in the day, Uncle Warihi, Te Warihi Hetaraka, he carved the pou. The tōtara for that pou came from Uncle Kara Davis's whenua over in Pokapū. Uncle Kara, he in using our traditional methods, not the tannalized, he sunk it under the swamp for many years. And then when the time was right, that tōtara went to Uncle Warihi to carve. Now, you'll see the pou, it's got his hand like this. It's got his hand like this, his fingers facing upwards, looking out over our awa. The meaning for that is that here we are here, but you don't see us. You're not consulting with us, you're consulting with everybody else, all those community groups out there to make your decisions, but you're ignoring us. And so that's my understanding of what the pou represents. And so with the Y49, the process that Ngāti Hine decided to progress our claims, the Y49, the Y682, there were two Crown processes, the Waitangi Tribunal process and the direct negotiations. Now back in the day, around 2006, 2007, there were a number of meetings in Wellington held with our elders and ministers at the time. And we were offered, Ngāti Hine was offered to go direct negotiations for your claims, Ngāti Hine. We had hui, and we decided, actually, no, that is not what we want. We want to go through the Waitangi Tribunal process, along with our whanaunga o Ngāpuhi. And so, come along, and I must acknowledge te kotahitanga o ngā hapu Ngāpuhi. We worked shoulder to shoulder to bring the hearings to Ngāpuhi. And the 7 tai whenua, Ngāti Hine was part of te takutai moana tai whenua. There was Hokianga, Whangaroa, Te Waimate Taia Mai, Mangakahia, Whangarei, Mahurangi, and Takutai Moana. And so we delivered the stage 1 hearings and the stage 2 hearings to Ngāpuhi. Now many people said, you can't bring Ngāpuhi together, you can't work together. Ngāpuhi is so, as Huhana said, we're so individual, and yet when we get together on a particular, and this is what Uncle Patu said, when there's a particular take that we all feel we need to work together on, we can work together well on it. And I think what's happened in Waitangi this week and down at Tūranga Waiawai, we can show that we can pull ourselves together and work together well. Because at the end of the day, we're all whanaunga. So where we're at now with our process, we, if you know the Crown's process, they only deal with large natural groupings. In 2022, May 2022, they recognised Ngāti Hine as a large natural grouping. And so last year, knowing that there was going to be a change of government, or suspecting that there might be a change of government, we tried to rush things. We tried to get through before that government changed, because who knows what the new government was going to do with our treaty claims. So we tried to get into a state of deed of mandate before any government change. Unfortunately, but fortunately, our people said, oh, hang on, what's going on here? What's going on here? These are our claims. What's going on? We need to understand more. And what do you think you're doing? We heard you. We heard our people. And so we've slowed the process down. But in doing that, it's given us time to reflect on actually what other options are there for us. This is a Crown process. We've engaged in it. We've tried to keep to Te Tū o Ngāti Hine as we go. And so this year, what we're looking to do is, yes, continue on that process and try to aim to seek a mandate from ourselves, from Ngāti Hine, to have the waka to progress forward into negotiations with the Crown. Now, what that waka looks like yet, we haven't created it because we want our people to create that. We want our claimants and our whānau, our marae, our hapu, to create what that waka looks like, to go forward to negotiations. But we'll also be looking at other opportunities and options for progressing our claims. In 2009, we had a number of wānanga led by Delarraine Armstrong and her brother Moses, and I acknowledged those two. And it was about, what are your aspirations, Ngāti Hine, for the treaty claims process? What do you want out of your claims? What's the end game look like for us? And there were many, many ideas put forward. And you won't be surprised to hear, well, I hope you're not surprised to hear, that dollars was right at the bottom of the list. For us, it was about te taiao, about our future, and looking forward, not just today, tomorrow, or next year, but looking into the next millennium. I'm going to stop there now because Huhana's giving me the side eye. But tēnei taku kōrero, ngā mihi ki a koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
And I want to acknowledge Y49 as an early claim. So if you know anything of the Waitangi Tribunal, the claims, you have Y numbers. And I have a Y number which is 1544. So that's way down the track compared to number 49. So there are some very old claims laid by our ancestors in the early 80s on big kaupapa such as Opua Marina. So when we go to Kororareka, know that that is not a settled issue. The hapu of Opua area do not agree to the continued expansion and impact on the takutai. And that claim has yet to be addressed fully for and on behalf of our hapu. So we pay tribute to Sir James, those tupuna of the past who put the pou whenua. There's a pou whenua at Opua Hall. Go around the corner from the ferry, just around the corner, and the hall is there, and you will see the pou whenua with its hands on its face, symbolising the way with which council and the Crown have failed to listen to the hapu of that area. So pay tribute to you for that, because the job is not over for Opua. And council and community and business want to keep expanding and impacting on the takutai moana, which you all know. We all have our own local issues, whether it's Hokianga Harbour with the wastewater treatment plants, whether it's Poroti Springs and Tāhai, Waimaori, whether it's Whangarei Harbour and the tiko that flows out, the tūtai that goes out into the harbour. You all have your own unique issues, and the Waitangi Tribunal provides one place where you can air your grievances and you can prosecute the Crown. We're going to move into an area now thinking about, so Ngāti Hine, just to give you a bit of understanding of us, I was doing a little bit of a count up. We've got 9 hapu in Ngāti Hine and probably about 12 or 13 marae. Rāti wasn't counting quick enough. So, we have our haukainga, those of us that live at home. And I don't live at home, I'm a townie. I live in Whangarei. And our haukainga like to point that out. And that's okay. We're all a part of it, we're all a part. We're contributing to the hapu. But there are many of us that don't live in Taitokero. And so how do we engage our whānau into hapu discussions? That's a continued challenge for all hapu and iwi. How do they find a sense of connection, affiliation, and identity? And then how do we connect them back into important discussions that impact upon their whenua tūpuna, their Waimaori, their takutai moana? So I'll pass the time over to cousin Tākoha, who is going to talk about engagement. And different strategies that he and his whānau, and in fact Ngāti Hine has utilised to engage our urban whānau. Kia ora, homai te Pakipaki.
Hapai, kia ora tātou e te tēneti, tuatahi ake mihi ana mai te hiku ki tāmaki makaurau, kape katoa ana huri āwhio i te wharetapu o Ngāpuhi i tēnei kāmihi, nei mātou o Ngāti Hine mihi ana kia tātou katoa. Ka mutu tā tātou kaupapa whakahirahira e pōhiri nei a tātou i tēnei rā, ka tika toitu te tiriti, toitu ngā huatanga ki a tātou tūpuna e hoa mā tēnā koutou. Ka mutu ki te pānera i wera ai, e nei tūru i a rātou, e mihi ana ki tērā kaupapa nui, ko te āhua nei, ko rātou te kaupapa matua, i tīmata i te kaupapa, engari ko mātou e the main course, koutou Ngāpuhi, ko koutou te pūrini, a muri mai i a mātou no, e mihi ana ki a koutou. Tātou mā, ko heuri tēnei no te ruki kawiti, heke iho, ki taku tūpuna matua ki a rongo. Nā rongo ka moi hikumutu, anā ko aku whanaunga enei, nonoho mai nei, e mihi ana ki a koutou. Ka heke iho ki taku tūpuna ki a kara, ka moi taku tūpuna i a te haurerewa, ka puta ko hēni, ka moi a hēni a horama panikopa, ka puta ko taku māmahi ne amaru, ka moi ia, ka tūtaki atu ki taku pāpa, ko te toka tana ingoa, ko Aubrey tana ingoa e hāmoa ia, nā ka patere mai ko enei kokonati e ono. Ko au te tahi o era kokonati, ko tākua ngā atua ropati taku ingoa, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora everyone, my name's Tākoha. I'm also a townie from Tāmaki Makaurau. I'm a humble te reo Māori kaiako that works at Te Wānanga Awa Nui Ārangi and other places. I'm also a passionate sports player. But above all of that, he Ngāti Hine ahau. Ka tiki nā tu au, te kōrero, he Māori ahau e noho Māori nei i taku ao Māori. He pai ke atu te kōrero he Ngāti Hine ahau e noho nei i tōku ao o Ngāti Hine. Heha pēa te tikanga o tērā kōrero. Heha pēa ngā paupau e tūtika ai tēnā whare, e pai ai taku noho ki tērā taiao. I'll attempt to translate what I just said there. I'm a Ngāti Hine, living naturally in my natural environment. And what are the pillars that can support my whare to ensure that I feel empowered and confident in who I am in my environment? And so I draw on some of the experiences and some of the strategies I use to empower myself. Far too often we look to Wellington for these expressions of rangatiratanga. 85% of the things that we can achieve, kei te kapu o te ringa. 85% of the things that we can achieve, kei te kapu o te ringa. Rangatiratanga wasn't given to us in 1835 or 1840, it was reaffirmed. Kapai, we've always had it and we still do. Kapai, ko te wero ki a tātou, the challenge that's in front of us is how do we feed that whakapono? How do we feed that belief system within us so that our whare within yourself is always strong, solid, confident? And koira te whakaaro I toko ake ki roto i ahau, that was the thought that I deliberated amongst myself. What are some pillars that can help support my self-esteem, my confidence, my belief in who I am? Kapai, he Ngāti Hine ahau, e noho Ngāti Hine nei, I tōku ao Ngāti Hine. So I thought to myself, what are the things that I'm passionate about? And what are the things that my mates are passionate about? Ko te mea tuatahi ki a mātou, ko te hākinakina. Those of you that have young boys, energetic boys, sports, right? Sports is the draw card for them. They might not be learning in class, but as soon as you put a footy in their hands, anō nei he mātanga, as if they were experts all along. So my role is to be able to transmit or translate our kōrero tuku iho through a touch ball. Through a touch ball. Kapai, so what we've put together is a Ngāti Hine touch team. I'm sure you've seen some of our kākahu floating around. If my tuahine e tū, kapai, e nei kākahu. Right, that's an example of our kākahu. Our Ngāti Hine touch team, although touches the vehicle, kapai, the whole mauri and essence behind that vehicle sport is about reconnecting our whānau. Reconnecting our whānau to taonga tuku iho, to what? To empower them, to give them the belief that I am a rangatira. He rangatira ahau, no Ngāti Hine ahau. So on top of that kaupapa, although sports is the vehicle, there are many other examples. Whether it be going to a wānanga reo, whether it be growing your own marae te kāinga, right, using cultural practices, these are all examples of expression of your rangatiratanga. Ka pai, nō reire e hoa mā, kau e titiro ki pōneke, kei te kapu o te ringa, te oranga tonutanga o tō rangatiratanga. Nō reira, kia kaha tātou. Now turning to our kaupapa ki konei, te ara tika o Ngāti Hine. I was fortunate enough to be a part of this kaupapa. I actually had not a free trip, but I had a trip over to Ahitareiria where we got to meet a lot of our whanaunga in Piripane, Poi Hākena. And we were able to share the journey of where we are at in terms of our iwi, te tū o Ngāti Hine. And some of the messaging that were coming from our whānau was whakawhanaungatanga. They wanted to reconnect and learn more about themselves, as well as learning where we were at with our tiriti. Ka pai, so e te whānau, that is te oranga tonutanga o te whakapono ki roto i a mātou ko ngā taonga tuku iho. Learn our history, learn our kōrero, learn our reo, feed it on, pass it on. Because although it's a language, he Māori tō te reo. Ka pai, he Māori tō te reo. Nō reira, tukuna ki o whanaunga, he oranga mō rātou, he oranga mō tātou. Ka mutu, ka huri au, ki etahi kaupapa kei mua i te aroaro, there are plenty of different kaupapa out there te whānau. Ai, e harai te mea, me haere ki te porotehi, engari ko tō porotehi kei te kihini, kei tō whare, kei ngā tamariki. Ai, tari o tamariki ki te kura, tari o tamariki ki te kohanga reo, ākona te reo Māori, kōrero hia te reo Māori, whāngai hia ngā taonga tuku iho. These are all things that we're all capable of e te whānau. Nei, kei te kapu o te ringa, te rangatiratanga, te mana motu hake. Anō reira, ko tāku ki a koutou e hoama, kia kau e kumero i ngā kōrero. Engari, we can do that today, we can do it tomorrow, you can actually take a number. Ka pai, me mea he pirangi ana koe te rehita mai ki aku ako mga reo Māori. Right, that's a bit of a plug, I'm short on students i te whānau. But if you're in Māngere, we've got some real classes as well. He oi, that's all expressions of our rangatiratanga e hoama, so I encourage you all to take up the challenge, take up the journey. If you're not already on it, tino pai, hara mai te tahi āhua. O reira, huri no tō tātou whare, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tākoha. Nō reira, kei roto i te kapu o tō ringa, tō rangatiratanga. And so that's starting at home, in our families, and then also to share it. To share what we have within our kāinga out to those around us so that they can experience and enjoy some of the goodness that we are growing within our own little mara, our own little garden. And may I pause and just recognise Tākoha's mum, Auntie Hine Amaru. So we have a few Hine Amarus in the tribe, and Auntie Hine Amaru Ropati is a bit of a legend because she grows a lot. And I think of Papa Tuanuku Kōkiri Marae. If you've been to Māngere, pop in for a visit. The mara that they have there is amazing. Huge mara that helps feed a community. And then ika kai, they get the bones and the fish heads from the fishermen and then toha and give it out to the community. Because if you can't put kai on your table, then how can you prioritise education, brushing your teeth, making sure you go to, all of those things, eh? So in an urban context, I mihi to the way with which we have a lot of talent in our iwi, a lot of talent in our hapu, and we're all trying our best to uplift the well-being of our people. So thank you, Auntie Hine Amaru. Kia ora tātou. Just want to mihi to her. Give a nod. Tākoha comes from Auntie. But also around the issue of rangatiratanga, it's a challenge across all of our daily lives as we feel the incursions or those breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi every day. Because Te Tiriti o Waitangi isn't something just of the past, it's happening today. As we've seen with the disestablishment of Te Aka Whaiora, or whether it's to do with our reo, or bringing, ending or stopping the tobacco laws that we have, our smoke-free laws. These things are going to impact upon Tiwi Māori, which in turn means that we are going to suffer poorer health and other issues of the day. So Te Tiriti and Te Whakaputanga are our pillars, those things that we hold on to as we move forward, and we need to continue to challenge council, government, and in fact, even leadership across the board when we don't see that things are going right. We're going to turn our attention now to thinking about our tamariki mokopuna. So it's building off what Tāko has shared around how we cultivate the mara, the garden that we have in our families and homes, and connect you back into the hapu, but also thinking about what will our children inherit? Where will we be into the future? And inviting Heidi Mackie up. She is a diverse whakapapa, so I won't try and rattle off all of her hapu, but Heidi as a mama is going to share kōrero with you around, well, yes, we are Ngāti Hine. Yes, we have concerns around the breaches of Te Tiriti or Waitangi, but also, you know, what is the future that our babies will inherit? So I'm going to pass the time over to Auntie Heidi. Homai te pakipaki.
Tēnā koutou katoa, mihi atu ana kia koutou katoa I runga I tēnei kaupapa nui. Ara ko te whakamana o te whakamana o he whakaputanga me Te Tiriti. Ka nui te mihi kia koutou katoa. Ko Heidi Mackie taku ingoa, I te taha o tōku māma, Huria Hauno Ngāti Hine. As Kazi Huhana has alluded to, I do have a diverse, well, she's specifically said, I have a diverse whakapapa. On my Ngāti Hine side, it's very circular as well. And that is probably relatable to a lot of us Ngāti Hine. And that was done for strategic and political reasons and probably romantic ones as well. So I come from the Hotarine whānau, me ngā whānau Paraone, Kopa, Tipani, Ngāwati. I think you get the picture. I can whakapapa to most of or have ties into ngā hapu katoa o Ngāti Hine, and ngā pohi as well, and acknowledging my tūri taniwha, Ngāti Kawa, whanaunga and connections there on my grandmother's side, who was a Ngāwati, and I te taho tōku pāpā no whangara mai tāwhiti ahau, he Ngāti Parau ahau. Mō reira tēnā koutou katoa. So I want to talk about what our tamariki are looking forward to in the future and what we're looking forward to and what we've got to look forward to for them. I think I'll start with actually my own journey as a tamaiti and how we've come from that even, I think, 30 odd years ago and made incremental changes since then and improvements this is just an example that I'll give, which is specific to my own journey and my tamariki, but just to illustrate the point of how there have been changes, and I acknowledge our tūpuna for that. Te iwi Māori, because we know that change doesn't come from the benevolence of the oppressor, it comes from the struggle of the oppressed. And, you know, through those movements, we've had kura kaupapa, kohanga reo, so my children have been beneficiaries of those struggles. I didn't have that. I'm a tāne, I tupu ake au ki whāngarei, kei reira tonu e noho ana. So I live in Whāngarei and brought up there. Not a great experience in mainstream education, dropped out early, like I'm sure many of us can relate to as well, because we're, you know, it's square pegs and round holes. And that system, I think, hasn't really changed. So fast forwarding through to today, my tamariki have been through kohanga, rumaki reo. We moved up to Whāngarei about 5 years ago from Tāmaki Makaurau, and it was limited options, so put them into mainstream school. Anyway, my 16-year-old daughter, she's said, "These are not my people, Mum. I don't like it here. I want to drop out." And I know that she'll be successful regardless because she's got the whānau wraparound support, but I'm really concerned about all of those that don't. And so change does need to happen, and I think, you know, in terms of that statement made by the Prime Minister at the National Iwi Chairs Forum about us having a responsibility to get our tamariki to school, well, hey, have a look at why they're not going to school. Why are they not engaged? you know, address that issue, address that take. Come and talk to us, because we know that they'll go to kura kaupapa, rumaki reo, no problem. You know, I know my tamariki struggled from day one in mainstream, making the transition over into that pathway. You know, you show up to kura on the first day and you get told, why are you taking your shoes off to come into the classroom? Put them back on. They're sitting there going, oh, are we not starting the day with karakia? You know, that sort of thing. So it's something that I know that they'll pick up, and we'll continue to keep doing the mahi as well to make those improvements for them to ensure that they can be successful. And, you know, I've been thinking about, well, what would those improvements be? What is the solution? Well, you know what one of the tools was that was used to take away our reo was the education system, assimilation, and why not use that as also the solution? So, you know, why not make te reo Māori compulsory? I think it would benefit everybody. But anyway, I'm digressing a little bit from where I wanted to head, which... Oh. So, in terms of te tuo Ngāti Hine, I spent a lot of time with my grandparents, ko Hare Rawa ko Kuse, Shortland, and they served in the ministry, the hahi for the Anglican Church for many years, and they went wherever the church sent them, wherever the need was. So through their mahi, through their service, I learnt about te tuo Ngāti Hine through their illustration, that demonstration of it. It was never explained to me what that is. Same with aroha, manakitanga, kotahitanga. My papa and Nana, they always provided the best manaki to their manuhiri and to perfect strangers, you know. And that's what we all do as Māori. But as a tamaiti, that's what I observed, and that's what we continue to pass on to our tamariki as mokopuna as well, and that's what's going to hold them in strong stead to progress into the future and be successful with whatever it is that they choose to do. Because that's the key here, is that we want to remove barriers for them so that they can access whatever it is that they want to be doing. They have choices. They don't just fall into mahi by default, but it's something that they want to do, meaningful career pathways if they want to. If they're living on the kāinga and it's manaki marae, then that should also be supported. And you know, that is also an issue too, about if everybody's moving into town, then how's that maintained into the future? So, yeah, I think also they're going to have these choices, but it's also going to be, you know, the opportunities are going to be a lot more than what they currently are. So, in terms of economic development, Ngāti Hine, for example, between just the Forestry Trust and the Health Trust alone, have about 100 million combined asset base. So with future growth and development and the employment that's going to be created, that's going to help to keep our tamariki mokopuna at home as well. And that's not just to create jobs so that they can, you know, we can look after ourselves. Ngāti Hine can look after Ngāti Hine. No, it's Ngāti Hine looks after everyone, has been what I've observed. And that's the examples that's been set. So I think on that note, I'm going to leave it there, te whānau. But I do want to also make a bit of a plug to our taiohi that are here. And just, you know, we believe in you. And I have so much faith in these generations coming up. they're gonna, I mean, they're proud, they're stubborn, they're smart, and, you know, they walk confidently in both worlds. So I'm looking to you and hopeful for our future. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Heidi. And I was getting a bit teary when you started talking about our babies and that we do look forward to their future and what they're going to do and what type of parents they will be and how we can be good tupuna and think of our future generations. But can I also give a plug for Uncle Hare and Auntie Kuse Shortland, who were legends, legendary peas in a pod for Te Hāhi Mihingare. Auntie Kuse was a tiny kuia, really, and she had the biggest voice. She could out-sing an entire hui, and loved her, and she was straight up the guts. And then Uncle Hare Shortland was a beautiful man. This is my experience. But, you know, he was a beautiful man and enjoyed their hospitality in their home. So thank you for, you know, grandparents, if we're lucky enough to see our great-grandparents, and then heke mai kia tātou ngā mātua, it's important that we are raised around our elders and whānau. So we have a sense of connection, a sense of self, and where we fit within the cosmos of our whānau. So thank you. Thinking about our tamariki, how do we talk to them about Te Tiriti o Waitangi? How do we talk to them about he whakaputanga? I draw quickly on a discussion that I had with my pōtiki, who's 14 years old, and she's had a good decade of being dragged around hui, she reckons. Dragged around hui, all the Waitangi Tribunal. So I've raised my children in the Waitangi Tribunal hearings up here in Ngahapo Ngapuhi. And they were a scene face waiting for me to finish my hui. And I asked her as we were driving home from Auckland, and I said, what does he whakaputanga me te tiriti mean to you in the lead up to Waitangi Day? She's probably over the other side getting a watermelon and ice cream. She goes, he whakaputanga is ours. He whakaputanga is for Tiwi Māori. And that's our declaration to the world that we are a sovereign nation. I was like, minga, minga. Oh, yeah, you've been paying attention. Then she goes, and I said, okay, what's Te Tiriti? And she says, Te Tiriti is the agreement to allow our tauiwi whānau to come to New Zealand and to be a part of our whānau. And I was like, oh, sure. And she said, but, you know, the tino rangatiratanga stays with our people for our stuff. And I was like, oh, choice, you know. So you can see the penny drops when we expose our children to kōrero and, you know, maybe not 10 years worth of hui, but, you know, just those like quiet chats over the coffee table or dinner table. So then I said, okay. And then she goes, but, you know, all these hui, all I see is a lot of arguing. And what are we going to do about it? I said, oh, sure, here we go. She's got issues, eh, because of all these years of hui. Okay, choice. She goes, because in my mind, I said, okay, so what does that mean? And she goes, because in my mind, you would have a Māori government, and then you'd have the tangata tiriti government, and then we'd work together on the stuff that's shared. And I was like, manga, she must have Googled Mātike Moi. And she hadn't. But this is just her 14-year-old head trying to think about a rangatiratanga area and then our tauiwi counterparts and then how we mahi-tahi together. So, you know, like if we're talking over the dinner table with our tamariki, they can help inform our future approaches because they don't have the shackles that we might have in terms of thinking about the Red Book or Crown policy and the ture Pākehā, oh, we can't do that, because sometimes we can get quite hemmed in our thinking, but she don't have any shackles because she's just saying, and you've been arguing for so many years, and there's nothing wrong with a good argument. So, e tātou mā, talk to our tamariki, encourage them to explore these issues that are important to us, but also what are solutions? Ask our tamariki what their ideas are for solutions. Uncle Lenny Bristow has an issue. He's got a take. He's a legend on Radio Ngāti Hine and a take tāu he take tāku. Cool. So I'm going to pass the time over to Uncle Lenny. Ki te whakara pōpoto kōrero, or are you going to like go hard out and then we've got to start another? You're going to go hard out. Okay, we'll give the mic to him and we'll see where we go. Okay, kia ora.
Ka pai, everybody. Look, I listened to, been here all week, and I've listened to all the bullshit around this. And for when I was a little kid, I always thought about, and what I was taught, I wasn't taught that I'm Ngāti Hine, I wasn't taught that I was Ngāpuhi, I was taught that I was a Māori. And all of us in Aotearoa Māori are one family. And I always dreamt that if that ever happened, that'll be the change of what we've been living in under for 184 years. And it's our own fault. It's our leaders' fault. It's our lawyers' fault. No? They got all the brains. We got all the evidence that what the government is doing to us is not right. And we got lawyers that can put all those things together. For 184 years, they've never ever done that. Pai te tūtai o ena lawyer. The evidence is there for those guys. The Treaty of Waitangi, the whakaputanga, the Waitangi Tribunal claims. All those are evidence. And I don't know why that these lawyers haven't put something together to present to the people and say to the people, how do you like this? No, we need to tweak this, we need to tweak that, and then we present to the government. And I like what Huana said about her daughter, saying that we have a Māori government and a Pākehā government to make decisions for this country. And that's what we need to do. We're a long way from that, people. And as much as you fellas hate David Seymour, he's the only one that got us off our ass to do something about what we haven't done for 184 years. So people, don't blame anybody else. Blame ourselves. Because this is our fault. We didn't fight for what our tupuna signed for. We say, she'll be right, got a Holden Commodore, she's good. Got Nike boots and all of that. That's what we live by. Label gear. That's how we're programmed. We're programmed like that. You know, and that's our own fault. People, I'm sick of that. We know what's wrong. I want somebody to come up in, like Huana's daughter, to come up and say, hey, this is what we should be doing. At least it's putting something in front of us to solve the problems and the issues that we have for 184 years. And I, you know, as much as I hate David Seymour, but he's woken us up, people. He's woken us up. He's got Maori off their bloody ass like Hilda Harawira. Brilliant speech. Haven't heard that man speak for ages. No. And their sites. Brilliant speakers. And those are the things. That's what we want people. We want people like that. You know, and I can't wait. And I hear that there's a meeting over here in March. And that's all of the Māori in Aotearoa talking and finding a solution to present at Waitangi here in March for us to talk about. Well, this is the option. It could be Huana's daughter's idea that they'll probably use anyway. So, hey, listen, we got to fight this thing. You know, don't just pray and walk away, because that's what we've done for 184 years.
Kia ora, Uncle Lenny. Okay, so key messages. Don't spray and walk away. That we do have the next Huia Motu coming to Te Tai Tokero at a date to be confirmed. But also, kei te kapu o te ringa, te rangatiratanga. And what was he saying? Get off your backside. Or you know. So we mihi to David Seymour for getting us off our backsides. And this could be one of the biggest Waitangi Day we've ever had, because we have a mobilization of kāhore. And we're embracing that kāhore. Because ultimately, we only want this government to be a one-term government. Is that right? One-term government? Kia ora. But in terms of doing that, that requires us to get off our tero and also make sure that they are a one-term government, whether it's mokopuna kaumātua, make sure you rehita to vote, and then you vote in the next election. Because sometimes I know it can be humbug. So, homai te pakipaki for a one-term government. we're going to finish right now and invite any of those Ngāti Hine in the crowd that might know this waiata to come and sing with us. It's a little bit of a song about Hine Amaru. Kia ora. Hine Amaru te tupuna aue, he wahine whakaiti.
Toi tū te tiriti, toi tū he wakaputanga. Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana i ngā kaupapa katoa, mā runga pukamata me te tau pānga ngā whare kōrero me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetu irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi, 2024 mā whā. Are are taringa mai, kia kotahi ai tātou.
Ngā iwi e, kia kotahi rā tātou katoa tēnā rā. Koutou ngā hunga he whakarongo mai ana, o tirā ngā hunga whakarongo. Kai whakarongo, kai mā taki, atu i konei, i te forum tent, te whare wānanga i te whare waka ki roto o Waitangi i runga i tēnei o ngā rangi tino hirahira. Te rā o Waitangi, 2024 kua hau tēnei kua ni mākiha e mihi nui atana kia koutou katoa i tēnei wā. Ai, ko tātou tēnei, e noho nei e āta whakarongo ana ki ngā kōrero, ki ngā wānanga, i tēnei wā tonu, ko te pānara tērā o te tū o Ngāti Hine, ko te kai hautu o tērā pānara ko Huhana Linden. Me mihi kātika ki ngā kai kōrero, ki ngā kai hora i ngā kaupapa. Lynn Bristow, Rowena Tana, Lat Sinclair, Rati Sinclair, Tāko Haropati, rātou ko Heidi Mackie. Me tā rātou kaupapa o te rā, te tū o Ngāti Hine, me mihi kātika, kia rātou, ki ngā hunga i para i te huarahi mo Ngāti Hine, ngā tino pau o tērā o ngā iwi tino kaha, e mihi ana ki ngā hunga, e whai pānga ana ki tērā o ngā iwi. So, koe ara, ko te kaupapa here, te tū o Ngāti Hine, e toko e rua ngā pānara o te atanei, ko te pānara tuatahi, ko te tiriti o Waitangi, nā ko te pānara tuarua, ko te tū o Ngāti Hine. Heoi, hei te takiwa o te haurua mai i te kaumatahi karaka, ka anga mua tātou ki te pānara tuatoru, ko te runanga o ngā puhi, toko whā o nā kai kōrero, ko Mane Tahere, ko Cody Clark, ko Mere Mangu, rātou ko Hone Sadler. I'm very impressed with our time today. We are on schedule e Huama. Hei hana i te tuku mihi ki ngā tangata kua tai mai i tēnei wā tonu. Engari, ko te ahua nei, he waha ngā paku whakangahau i te tangata, e haere ake nei, enei tokorua. Yes, enei tokorua ko Piripi, haere o te tino mātau ki te kōtirora, engari, enei tokorua. Enei tokorua e hāpai ana i tō tātou reo. I know they've been going viral online for one of their one of their reels that they've gone, where they celebrate Te Tiriti and he whakaputanga. Engari, ka pāta atu au ki taku hoa, mena ka hono atu. Anei rā, noho tunu mai. Ai, mātau ana au kia piripi, engari, hei aha, anei rā e hoa mā, hono mai.
Tai wari toru rima, he hakaputanga, o te tino rangatira tanga, o ngā rangatira katoa, o New Tireni, kia hua ko Waitangi, kaua ko te kuini, o i ngā rangi Wikitoria, Pātikara, tai mo ngā rangatira, rua mo te whenua, me te wakamine ngā toru, kia ka te hui, mo New Tireni, pā, tuku atu ki te kingi, kia mana te ki, taiwa. Rima tau whai muri, te tiriti o Waitangi, hei whakakotahi, awai, tātou ngā iwi hoi nano, i he katoa, i he, hore kau o mātou hoa, tata pēnei me te moa, engari mātou he toa, no reira, me ahara, me mātua tai kaha, ano ko whina, panguruki papata, te mahi a te tangata, he tupu i a wawa, piri ki te renga renga, whawhai mo te whenua, no te mona, kei ware ware, no tātou te whare, mana tuhake, e te iwi kia eke. Ka whai tātou katoa e nai nei, he haka putanga. Toitu! Ai, toitu te tiriti. Wata mai e te whānau, he haka putanga, he haka putanga. Toitu! Toitu te tiriti. Kia ora te whānau.
Tēnā kaurua, me te mea nei hoa mā.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa e ngā hoa kua hono mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga. He paku wahanga tērā, he whakangahau i te tangata, he whakakori i te tangata, i mua i te taunga mai o tō tātou pānara tuatoru te runanga o ngā puhi ko ona kai kōrero. Ko mane tahere, ko Kauri Clark, ko Mene Mangu rātou, ko Ahone Sadler. Mihi kātika ki tō tātou MC mo tēnei rā, ko ai atu, ko Rukuwai, Tipene Allen, e tuitui ana i ngā kaipapa kōrero o te wā. O te rā ki ngā kai hāpai, ki ngā kai tautoko o te whare wānanga, o te forum tent nei, me ngā kai whakarite katoa i ngā kaipapa kōrero, i ngā kai kōrero, tō tātou whanaunga a ngā Hilda Harawira. Hei oi anō e hoa mai, he mihi tēnei kia koutou, kua hono mai, ngā hunga whakarongo, ngā hunga mātaki-taki, kua hono mai ki te reo te tai tokerau, ngā pāpāhotanga atu i te whare waka mo tēnei rā, te rā Waitangi, te rā atu, te tūrei, te tua ono ngā rā o Pipuere. Atu i konei i Waitangi, te peo whairangi, Waitangi Day 2024 e hoa ma, noho tonu mai ka huri anō te titiro ki tō tātou papatu waiwai. Noho tonu mai.
Tēnā rā tātou i tēnei ata, a tāhua. Whitingia e tātou, e tamanui te rā. Nā reira, he tohu tēnā o te ora. Tēnā rā koutou te tini ko whakakiki mai i tō tātou whare, ke are mai ngā taringa. Hoina rā tēnei ko tāku hei whakapuaki mai i te āhuatanga mō ngā puhi. Tuatahi, ka tahi anō, ka whakatau, he hea mana hou mo te runanga aiwi o ngā puhi. Nā reira, he huarahi, kei mua e te aroaro, ke haka tairangi tia a ngā puhi. Ka roa a ngā puhi e ngaro ana i te tirohanga. E rangi i tēnei wā, kua rāke. Nā reira, kei roto i ngā ringa, o ngā hapu tini, o ngā puhi, puta mai tamaki ki te rerenga wairua. Te ahu pēhea te haere, o tēnei haere o ngā puhi, a ngā rāe tū mai nei. Nā reira ka tuku nātu a hau, te toko kōrero, ki te he mana hou, hei whaaki atu kia koutou i ana whakaaro. Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou. Koe au ko mane tāhere e moka puna pono tēnei o roto o Ngāti Tautahi. Reira anō hoki taku whakapapa ki ngai tawake i te wāoku, tō tātou nei wāhia Matarawa. Nō reira e mihi kaua ki ana tēnei ki tō tātou whanaunga Ngāti Kawa, Ngāti Rahiri, ngā mana whenua o konei. Nō reira tēnā tātou. E ai ki te kōrero o matua hone, ai tikara tērā he heomana hauau mō te runanga a iwi o Ngāpui. Engari mua ke o tērā, ko taku tupuranga, kei roto i ngā i aku marae, i aku hapu, o te kāinga. Nō reira, tēnā tātou. Just a quick intro about myself. Although I come into the runanga role as new chair since December, the preparation, like many going through the ranks, started at the marae, started at the hapu level. So started as when we were tamariki, as most of us, many of us know. And so for my marae at Te Iringa, currently the chair or co-chair of our marae over there, just out of Kaikohe. Also doing mahi for our hapu Ngāti Mahia, and Awarua 825 Ahu Whenua. So for a number of years before taking this role, it's that grassroots ground level up approach that I like to say I bring to this role. Now it's no secret that many of us in our time of Yua Ngāpuhi have experienced the ngā puki me ngā heke o tēnei tō tātou nei runanga. And ke aunau te rā tahi e whiwhi au tēnei, the first day I got this role, aku kaumātua se he rā anō. He rā anō mō tātou a Ngāpuhi. So I've taken that, and to say that we've got a lot of work in front of us. We've got, and I may be speaking to the converted, but stats will say we have 165,000 in our Ngāpuhi population. And so 20% of that, all those whānau live in Te Tautokero. 40% alone are in Tāmaki. 40% are spread out, the last 40% spread out across the motu. So that's a big number of Ngāpuhi. And runanga and its origins, and just the mihi, and I'm catching up on the last 30 years of our runanga. But just a mihi to our whānau Ngāti Hine, tahimi henare, kuia tō tātou hia mana tuatahi, i taua wā. And a long line of our kaumātua who are now since gone, the likes of Patu Hohepa, Rātou Katoa, Rudy Taylor, they've all contributed to our te runanga a iwi o Ngāpuhi. And so I just wanted to set the scene before we start to go through our line around who we are and where we are. You know who you are. And one thing that came out of the Tūhorunuku and the settlement kōrero a few years ago was from the Waitangi Tribunal, and I'm not afraid to say it, is that some of that rub was around not acknowledging hapu ranga tiratanga, i te tuatahi. And koenei te taku, as I said, growing up from that marae hapu level, bringing into this row, ko re tae au i te wareware ki tō tātou hapu tino rangatira tanga. Ia wāhi o Ngāpuhi, kuta no. And so I can say we're on a he rā anō, time will tell, proof will tell, me pēhea tātou anga mua. And also saying clearly to our whānau, whether you're on Tamaki or across the motu or here at home, we need your input. Ko puare te kuaha mō koutou. Kau e noho ki tō kāinga, hara mai, me whāki mai, me pēhea tātou e anga mua. Tēnei mea te runanga. Because haunei atu, haunei whakaro, ko ngā hapu kei teitei atu i te runanga. Nā te runanga te mea e kai tautoko pononga ki a rātou ngā hapu. So, how does that happen? Kuhu mai tātou katoa. Kuhu mai tātou katoa kia anga tātou, kia hanga tātou tō tātou nei ara. So, koina te kōrero tuatahi, and I'll hand it over to our... we've got a few extra on our panel, actually. Typical Ngāpuhi. We've got Kara George, who is here representing our Kaumātua queer group. We also got our Taitama Wahine Cody, who works within one of our subsidiaries, Ngāpuhi Hauora Services, and Iti Joyce, who's another trustee on there. As the kōrero goes, we'll just keep it flowing and back and forth, and however it eventuates. So, kia ora tātou.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Te tini o koutou ki hai koutou e mohi ana kia hau. Ko hau, ko Kara George, no roto o te kapotai. Me nā ka titiro atu ki waho rā, ki te pai tāwhiti, ka kitea, nā koe nā te āhua o te kapotai kei reira. Ko tāku, ko nei, ki te tautoko, ki te awhi, i wā tātou nei hea mana hau. Ko hau te ai o ngā hea mana o te rōpu kaumātua kuia o te whare tapu o Ngāpuhi. Koe nā tāku tū e te rānei, aha ko te aha. Kia mōhio ai koutou, ka huri atu au ki tērā atu ngā reo. So, I used to work for the runanga o Ngāpuhi, but don't take that against me. Don't. My portfolio there was housing. Over there, where you see that housing unit over there, some of those projects that started early, back in 2012, the runanga pulled some of that together to get them moving. Koe nā tāku nei mahi, I ran papakainga workshops. But, ko kaumātua ke, ko tauhiri atu ki tētahi atu, nā ko haere mai ki te awhi tua tātou nei hea mana. Why are we doing this? In the 8-9 years I was at the runanga, I went through 7 CEOs. And 4, this is the 4th, chairman. You might say, that's not a good look. It is a good look. Because now, te tiro koutou. Tēnei wā tātou nei whanaunga. He's young. He's ecstatic. He challenges. That's what we need. Because our subsidiaries, Te Hauora o Ngāpuhi, Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services, they need drive. They've been working hard under people like Liz Marsden. And now we have an exciting person driving our hauora, Tia. And they're doing a fantastic job. They're driving into issues like oranga tamariki. How do we get our own tamariki back? You might say, I'm trying to be the CEO. Well, I'm not. I'm not. He's not here, but you need to know some of this stuff. Your runanga is doing all this mahi. You may not see them on the television like everybody else. Why? Because we don't have a settlement. We're not exciting enough. to tell everybody how many millions we're making. Koe nā tāku ki a tātou o Ngāpuhi. We have to look at what this is for us. I'm going to move away from the word settlement. Because we'll never settle. Nā te whakaputanga tērā. Ki hai mai tau I tuku atu tamātou nei rangatiratanga ki tētahi atu. So when you hear these words, I know you Māoris are familiar with it, but some of you fellas at the back, unfamiliar, just the word. Whakaputanga, 1835. So we are after redress. Settlement will come, but it'll be a different word e tātou mā. It'll be a different word. We need to change the narrative. Kia mōhio ai koutou e rereke te āhuatanga o Ngāpuhi ki era atu o ngā iwi. Good luck to them. They've done well, got in on the ground, got in first, bought up everything. Kei te pai, we're still here, we're not going anywhere. Every year we celebrate Te Tiriti o Waitangi in Ngāpuhi. Koe nā tā mātou nei te notake I mua atu I te pauaka whakaatoa. Leave the rest for Flash Harrys. Leave them. Let's get on with the ground roots mahi koe nā ngā kōrero o taku hea mana hau. So we have a rōpu kaumātua kuia who act, and we're in the trust deed as cultural advisors to our board. We have recently negotiated with them that we need to be there so that the strategies and the implementations have the wisdom of kaumātua and kuia alongside it. Otherwise, ka haere tonu rātou, haere atu ngaro atu. Nō reira kei konei mātou, e kōrero, e werohi ana, e parare ana ki a rātou, e pehe ana koutou, e aha ana koutou. Tell us what you're doing. Is it tikanga? Or if it's not, where does tikanga fit? We see some shenanigans in the last couple of days, not sitting well with some of us. And some of you yesterday yelled that out there because you saw it. What is this? He tikanga ke Ngāpuhi. And it's not about men and women. It's about Ngāpuhi. Me pēhea. We got our own responsibilities. Stay in your lane. Kia ora rā. Koe nā tāku mō tēnei wā.
Kia ora koutou whānau, ko iti Joyce ahau, he ringen ahau, ki te taha I tōku mama nei a tainui e tū atu nei, ki te taha I tōku pāpā Ngāpuhi te iwi, ko Brian rawa ko Riripiti Joyce Okumatua. So I am a trustee on Te Runanga Iwi o Ngāpuhi, and what we're going through now is a restart. I suppose it's not a restart because we're not starting from the beginning, but we're going through a new look of leadership. You can see it exhibited with moko and those age groups coming through. Mane is an example of that. For far too often, I know I've experienced as I've moved around the country, the deficit discourse of Ngāpuhi. I've heard it time and time again, and when you introduce yourself, sometimes you hear that you're from Ngāpuhi. And then I see the brilliance that we experience over the 3-4 days that we're here. The absolute brilliance of Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu that everyone has experienced. I was going to say something more about that too. Anyway, so what we're going through is a new look for Ngāpuhi, and I do want to, I heard someone kōrero yesterday and over the last 3 days. Sometimes manaakitanga and aroha, there's a bit too much of it. And I heard a kōrero from Tina Ngata last month, and she talked about the kind colonizer. We've been too kind and we keep on getting the same results from our partner. And I know for myself, I'm really hoha with that. And it needs a new type of leadership, especially when you hear the kohanga reo movement coming through and you see them in these leadership roles. So I want to put out a question to you all, and just to have a couple of minutes to talk about it. What are the most important traits you think today Māori leadership should exhibit? So today, 2024, what are the most important traits you think Māori leadership should exhibit? I'll give you a couple of minutes to talk about that. Oh, hold on, Miri, I want them to talk first to each other. Okay. Tika and pono, integrity, ki te taho i te wairua, kanohi kitia. Any from the grass at the back there? Anyone from this side? Transparency. Name it. Yeah. Yeah. Call it. Name it. Ka pai. Ai. You got to name it to change the behaviour. Change your behaviour, change your practice, name it. Ai. Sharing. Ka pai. I think I think in the last couple of months, I think December the 16th, Mane, you took the role of chair. In that time, I think you called what? 2, 3, 4 ngāpuhi hui, so that we can start growing that transparency, sharing, tika, pono, calling each other out, sticking to the topic. So it's not random and you've got to go start dressing something out here, but calling it and bringing it back here. So I think those are some of the traits we're wanting to exhibit, something new, inclusive, that we're sharing, that we're transparent, and we don't mind being called out on it. We don't mind being called out on it, so that it changes our behaviour and our practices. I think that's all we've got to say. I've got to say. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa, ko Kauri Clark tōku ingoa, he puawai ahau no Ngāti Hau me Ngāti Kaharau, I hakatupu ahau ki o manaia ki te hokianga. Kei reira no tōku pāpa, ko te whānau Ngākoru Hare Tuku me te whānau Leaf. I te taha o tōku māma, ka mimiti te punaki tau mārere, ka toto te punaki hokianga. No konei a taku māma, a Ngāti Rāhiri, a Ngāti Kawa. E mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana. Tuatahi, he kaimahi ahau ki te rātonga hāpori o Ngāpuhi, ko Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services tērā. Kei reira au mō ngā tau e rima. I've been there for 5 years now and have witnessed quite a bit. I had the privilege of growing up in taku kāinga I raro I te rekereko o aku maunga o ngā poke huia me ngā poke haua. E hakarauorai I taku awa, I au ko aku awa, ko manga whero me tau kahawai. Now, I had a very privileged upbringing where my grandparents taught us who we are, taught us where we come from, taught us that ko au he kaitiaki. I'm a kaitiaki of this place, and if I don't look after it, who's going to? Now, growing up, e mate taku pāpā. But I have looked at it as a very big blessing. Nā te mea, e whiria aku hapu. So around us, Pākanai, Waima, Tāheke, all those hapu o te hokianga came around taku whānau. And I hold that down to the privilege of that rugby culture, ne? Rawene rugby and all those kind of things, and the softball and the hākina, the pāwars, that kept my whānau very tight and very close. And so I look at te kohanga reo actually as another bonus on top of that whānau that I got to grow up with, eh? And my mama tried to send me away from the whare tapu. As you do, you go to university. And I guess ko tāku, that's my generation. We were the generation that were the first to finish school. It was quite a big thing to get to the year 13 prize giving and still get a prize, not just for getting there, but for also excelling in something. So my mama and them have got to see that through taku whānau. And so, you know, go to university, girl, you better. And what they did was send me on the other side of the world to Christchurch. And he moko puna hau no te hokianga, ne? So he rere ke te rā wāhi ki taku whare tapu o Ngāpuhi. And I lasted about a year and a half, I think, down there. And I couldn't stop that karanga. I couldn't stop that feeling that made me want to come home every time. And I had these beautiful aunties and uncles that used to shout me trips home. So I used to sneak up all the time. But then I just made up, we came to this Waitangi one day. 4 years ago, I think it was. And the funding had been cut for the waka ama crew. And me and all my cousins and all my mates looked at each other because we had grown up in that waka tent. And all of our hono of why we could come to Waitangi so proudly was because we knew half of the people putting things on here. And so 4 years ago, a Waitangi happened. And it happened on a whiro. And those of us that know whiro, ko ia te tuakana, ko ia te underworld, the unknown chaos, disease and darkness. Ne? So I think I runga I tērā, we wrote this, he haka, I guess, and just kupu to express ourselves, to say, kua huri te ao. And some words will resonate, some may takahi, and some may cause a stir. But ko rangi ki runga, ko papa ki raro, ko te kawana tonu te mamenga, I hara mai te hakapono, hara mai te tiriti, hara mai ngā pū. Kua riro tō tātou whare tapu e. Tōku mana, hai, haia. Tōku whenua, praikete te hakapapa. Oku moana, tūtai te tani wharau. me ngā mara kai mate taru ngau. Eko ki te tai o pōneke ka nuku ka neke titiro ki ngā puawai o ngā puhi e haka waha I te riri o rahiri. Tau, hore kau, kua tau. And when I quickly sum it up, the Sky Father is my roof, the Earth Mother is my feet. But those popo are no longer mine. I have to ask permission to walk to it. I have to ask to get to the paddock before I can even get into the maunga. I'm cut off from my awa and my pipeline is going straight past my hapu into another. I have to ask to even be connected. And kua huri te ao. That is what we are putting up with. That is the fight we are now fighting. And we're ready. We're so ready. And it's just people like these that are coming up to us and going, hey, tēnā koe. And it's a wero te taku generation, taku reanga. You were brought up for this fight. Our parents, our minds are built differently. Our minds are built so differently for this fight. And so just to sum me up, okay. I roto I te hakaputanga, he whaia ahau. I have a responsibility to my kāinga and to my son, right there. I educate him. I teach him to be a kaitiaki. But then I can go and ask Mane, hey Mane, how can you help me do this? I need my maunga back for my boy. I need him to be able to walk up there and wash his face with his wairihirere. I haven't had that opportunity yet, but I want him to. That's not up to Mane to go around to 110 hapu individually to go and find that out. Please, whānau, you can't leave kotahi te tangata mo tērā mahi nui. If I just went to Mane with my take on its own, just me anahe, don't we think that's just a bit too big for his pokohiwi? So all of us need to stand together and be those popo, eh? We are the popo holding this house up. Tātou. So in the treaty, so in he hakaputanga, I'm a whaia. In Te Tiriti, I'm a mama. In the treaty, I am a mum. Find which one you're going to live by, eh, whānau? Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou katoa. Well, that's the voice of Ngāpuhi that we actually need to nurture and bring forward. And that's the voice of Ngāpuhi for those who were privileged to be up at some of the pōwhiri. Unfortunately, it didn't happen at all the pōwhiri. And I mihi te rukuwai, who's present here today, whose the voice of the women was finally heard during the pōwhiri. It's a small beginning. So we're talking about, you know, te tiro ki te kāwanatanga, we actually need to look at ourselves because this is a tikanga thing and we're clashing. You know, mai rāno, I was brought up with a whānau, I'm number 13 or 15, I might add, where the women did exactly what the boys did and the boys did all the things that we did. The only time we got excused from anything in particular was kia tai ki tērā wā o te marama. Otherwise, chopping, we didn't have, by the way, we didn't have running water, we didn't have electricity. My mother was absolutely petrified of turning a switch and then something happened over there. She couldn't make the connection. So, ka noho mātou, I didn't think it was pōharatanga. It was never poor for me. We were rich in what we had in our resources. Our wairua was nurtured. I mean, ko hau te tahi, you know, I look around. I remember going on the hikoi of hope with those, you know, all the church leaders from up te reinga there, and we went down to Wellington. Do you know what? I was asked to be the kaikaranga because all the kuia in our rōpū didn't have the reo. And that made me stop and think, what am I doing? Because I had taken it as just a natural progression of being ourselves, that the reo was common everywhere, but it's not. It was my wake-up call to the importance of the reo. And the importance of the reo of the wahine. Now, we had a meeting here with Waitangi National Trust, and I actually shared there the last attendance by Sir James Henare as a rangatira of the, you know, ngā kawenata nei, because he was at the last wānanga for Ngāpuhi. So he had privileged positions, but he never participated on that day with the leadership. He came and sat under the trees with me. And I actually didn't like that. However, you know, what can you do? But he then shared with me, he realized their mistake, that they had not included the women and given them the honor that they actually should have as part of our own tikanga. They had become westernized in their thinking because of what they were having to carry, and the women were left to the side. I'm sharing that now because ko tai ki te wā, ko huri te ao. And this is all part and parcel of the journey. And in that huri o te ao, I'm really pleased to be here to tautoko Mane as the chair of Te Runanga Āiwi o Ngāpuhi, knowing that by default, didn't have time to think about anything, that I became the chair, but for 1 year, which was only the time that Sunny had left as the chair. And some of you would have attended a lot of those hui and seen just how tumultuous that 1 year was. Ngā piki me ngā heke marika ki raro no atu. But hone was one of my main hoariri. Peke ana maua. But you know what? I don't get caught up in that emotional stuff. It's not my realm. Let them jump, let them say what they do to me personally. But attack somebody around me now, that's a different story. So, Ngāpuhi, you've been in the depths, and I think you were in the depths when I was the chair. Because we inherited something, and I might add, there was nothing that I could actually do that was substantial except go to the media and ask for a constitutional review and our review of our finances. And I might add, neither of those documents have ever been shared freely with all of you. You have a right to hear and see anything that comes through unless it's commercially sensitive, and it's only commercially sensitive for a short time. Once the deed is done, ko puare kia koutou, the beneficiaries of Ngāpuhi. Now, my problem is, we hold fisheries settlement money, but you only get a say if you're registered. Those people who are not registered with the Ngāpuhi Runanga, you're entitled to that funding. Marama mai ana, you're entitled to that funding. We're now in a situation, if we're going to be talking settlement, we have whangaroa in with us. When Ngāpuhi moves towards that, whangaroa is also part of our whanaungatanga I raro i te mana o Ngāpuhi. But they have already had their settlement. So these trustees on this on the runanga have to be aware of those fish hooks. Who's going to double dip? How do you deal with that? Now, you've got to be aware of this because we've got to keep it alive and keep you thinking. You have to have the solutions as to how you want us to act. And part of that solutions is money is carrying on with the constitutional review. Now, my thing is, at the moment, we're all under takiwai kone, takiwai ko. Well, my idea of our input into that, if you want to go hapu by hapu, fabulous. I'm right behind you. As long as there is also a place for those like our whanaunga who came on I Nanahi and had a kōrero during the pōwhiri to the kāwanatanga, half his rōpū who knew who they were in Ngāpuhi, the other half didn't. So those people who don't know who they are actually need a voice as well. On top of that, let's not forget our whanaunga who are in Te Tiriti and overseas. So I think, it's quite a complex situation. And if all our whanaunga in Tāmaki, over 40%, were to come home, we wouldn't all fit on our whenua at home. So we have to come up with solutions. And my thing is, I hope that our chairman will look, one, revamping our constitution so that people actually have a say properly in that whole forum. And that means that the whole trustee thing will have to be looked at, and you have time to have that say. Now, that's the first thing. The second thing is that communications is not very good from Ngāpuhi. In fact, at times there is no communication. And at the moment, you have to be in the know to be part of something. Well, I hope that that's going to change. And Cody, I hear you, because in her realm, this will not be what it is. You won't see Hone and I here talking to you today, I hope. In the future, I hope this is the last time, because this is our youngsters' time, and we should be here just to nurture and support. Now, for me, I welcome if those people that I'm nurturing and mentoring make a mistake. As long as I'm there to help put my hand out and pick them up. Mistakes are bloomin' good, because that's how we learn the best. And Moana, thank you for being the the CEO of our Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services. So Moana Eruera is our Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services CEO. I might add that, did anybody see the Phantom today? Oh, well, the Phantom's still walking around coming to support his chair, maybe. Because wherever the chair is, the CEO should be seen to be beside him. And that's missing at the moment. Now, just for a looking forward, yesterday at the Kāwanatanga thing, when we had our whare kōrero, I talked about not going into settlement, but rather, because we're kaitiaki, we cannot go down that road, and we don't know any iwi that have had a really good road in that space. It took Waikato some time before they woke up to see how they could do things properly, and I see Peter Witahira at the back there. He was part of putting them on the right road there, and also for Ngaitahu. So it's not as though we're babes in the woods. We're now seeing the examples that we've got before us, so don't follow them. Don't go down that road. We have a time to create our own. And mine is only one suggestion about rapprochement. It's a French word, but I don't want to use our words anymore to come up and try and tell us about what we want. And the word rapprochement means going back to a time between nations when we had a harmonious relationship. So everything was sweet, hunky-dory, And I think that that was what we're celebrating now. In 1835 and 1840, that's why our tupuna signed those documents, which means we were all right with what we had. It gives us a starting point. When things were good, we were in the majority. We actually looked after them, gave them a voice through Te Tiriti to look after their own. Economically, we can then actually tell the government, if we look at ourselves now, and sure, we're in a poverty trap now, but it's only temporary. In our minds, we got to free ourselves, you know, from that sort of thinking. So go from today and work back, and then we can actually have an economic figure to go to them with. That's just our baseline for negotiating, because there's a whole lot of other things that need to come in on top of that. But it gives us a starting point when things were harmonious. We were in the majority. How much were we worth then? Okay? And then bring us up to this, to us to today, how much we've lost, how much we've been breached, walked over. Had it have gone well from that time to now? Remember, we were shipbuilding, taking kai overseas, making sure those other people didn't starve. You know, all of those come into consideration. And Cody and Rukuwai and all of them, you know, sure, they're in the swim of things now, but we need bigger teams of rangatahi to come together in communication hubs. And all of you out there who are working with computer and all those big conglomerates of technology, we need you to come together and create those hubs and get solutions going. There's also going to come a time when, you know, hapu are going to get some money, but how many of us can whakapapa to only one hapu? Almost nobody. We've got to share that resource, but you're going to get whawhai between us. If I'm going to say, oh, which I do, by the way, I belong here, I belong in Ngāti Hine, I belong in Mangakahia, I'm in Kaikohe, and I'm in Kohukohu. Now, I haven't been back to Kohukohu in my lifetime, but I know my whanaungatanga. Does that entitle me to having a share of that money that goes to Kohukohu? How are we going to do this? Those are the sorts of things that we need to do. Anyway, kia ora, mahara, mahara, aroha, aroha, aroha.
Greetings and salutations, felicitous salutations. It's great to be here. Now, I'm going to say a couple of words, and I want you to respond to me. Ngapuhi in the house. All right? Ready we go. Tato, tato. No, I want you to respond, Ngapuhi in the house. All right? Tato, tato. Bit louder than that. Tato, tato. Tato, tato. And it's great to see all of you. And it's great to see all of you. We've had an overview of what we want to look like in the future. And we can't do that singly. We've got to do it together. There are a lot of issues that are going to be confronting us. I hear the word bandied around, settlement. We want to get out of that narrative. That's not our narrative. That narrative belongs to the Crown because it means that they have done all they want to do for us. What we want is an ongoing relationship with the Crown. But at the same time, we want to also receive a redress for the hara and for the hair that we have carried for the last years. 84 years. Kei reira ke te nawe. Our education system doesn't cater for us. The most successful educated children, Maori educated children, have come out of kura Māori. Yet we don't have enough of those kind of schools around the country for our tamariki and our mokopuna to attend. Because from those schools, our children get their identity. They strengthen their tuakiri. We have the 1985 first kura kaupapa children who are now out of the universities and are in the leadership roles. And there are going to be plenty of them coming. And we're going to be flooded with them. Smart, sharp, clever. And that's going to be our leadership into the future. And I'm glad that Te Runanga Aiwi o Ngāpuhi has decided to go that way with new leadership. E tika tā mere, ko aroa ke aku niho, if they belong to me anyway. And it's time for others to take up the leadership. You know, people ask me, what's your name? And I say, John. But they forget I have another life. My name is John Travolta, and I look different on telly, and I used to jump around and dance. But hey, enough of that. We've got serious business. We've got serious business. And you have to be part of that. I'm glad that the direction that the Runanga has started in this last month is to be, or to try to be, tūwhera, is to try to be transparent. And it's going to take some time. And it's also to involve hapu in its moving forward much better than it has before. So you need to be ready as hapu to take the responsibility of being the caretakers of your own whenua and to be the caretakers of our mokopuna. So it's a great responsibility that we have to do. We have had the Crown come on to Waitangi, onto Ruarangi yesterday. A lot of upset people. And so they should be. We have shared a partnership, or some sort of partnership, over the last 180 years or so. Maybe it's time for us to look at what our leadership can look like, what our governance can look like. Do we need to have a partnership? You know, it's been done before. We've had te kotahitanga in the 1800s. Maybe it's time for us to look that way. But you need to make the decision, and the whole of Māoridom needs to make that decision. I'm so happy that Tūheitia, te heu, te whero, te tuawhitu, called Māoridom together. I'm happy that David Seymour put out that challenge to us because he could see now that we're ready for the fight. Nā reira, let's be ready for that. Let's be ready for that, because we don't need to go down that rabbit hole anymore. We need to move forward, but we need, I think, to move forward in unity, and the kotahitanga that has started to blossom amongst Māoridom has been seen on Tūrangawawai, has been seen at Ratana, and seen here at Waitangi. Let's move it forward. Nā reira tātou mā, ko whakarā popoto aku kōrero ki konei. Thank you for coming and attending, and go out and spread the word. Go out and preach to the kindred and tongue. Ngāpuhi is in the house. Tātou, tātou. Tātou, tātou. Tātou, tātou.
E mihi ana kia koutou aku rangatira I whakatakoto ake. Oh! Oh, he oe, kei te pai. Rongo ana hau I te katakata. Nā reira, e pai ana. He oe mihi tonu ana kia koutou. Te rūnanga. I te pai ue rā kōrero. I takoto atu I te rānei. Tēnā koutou. Tātou, tātou. Kia ora mai tātou. Yeah, she said, I'm all right. Paki paki mai, tō tātou whaia. It's always very grand, always memorable, tō tātou whaia. Heoi, how are we doing e te whānau? We're all right out there?
Ai rei, hoa mana mai hoki mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu I te whare wānanga. I konei, taha o te whare waka, Waitangi 2024 I runga I tēnei o ngā rangi hira te rā o Waitangi 2024 kua hau tēnei kua ni mā ki hā e mihi atu ana kia koutou katoa, ngā hunga whakarongo, ngā hunga mātakitaki. Tōna tikanga, hei tēnei takiwa o te rā, te haura mai te takai mā rua, ko ngā hua ka puta mai te hui mutu. I tū ki te marae o tūranga waiwai, ngari ka tahi anō ka tau mai te karere I te nui o ngā tangata, e ngana ana te haere mai ki konei ki roto o Waitangi. I know our panel, our kai kōrero for our next panel are still stuck in traffic, so e whakaro nui ana kia rātou I tēnei wā. Kia hoki whakamuri anō ki ngā kai kōrero ki ngā momo kaupapa, ngā pānara, I kua puta ke mai, ko te tuatahi, ko te tiriti o Waitangi. Nōra hoki, ka tahi anō ka heke mai te pānara o te rūnanga aiwi o ngā puhi me ngā kai kōrero katoa. E mihi ana ki ngā kaupapa maha o te rānei. Kia kaua tātai wareware, he maha tonu ngā kaupapa kei mua I te aroaro mō tātou. Hei te takiwa o te haura mai, te kotahi karaka I te ahiahi ka anga mua tātou ki ngā kōrero katoa o te tino rangatiratanga ko ngā kai kōrero ko tāku tahine mo aura ko Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark, ko Ben Dalton, ko Annette Sykes, rātou ko Hone Harawira. Hei te takiwa o te haura mai te tukam I te kotahi karaka ka tatu mai te pānara tino rangatiratanga. Engari kia matua mōhio tātou, kia matua mōhio ai koutou. E āhua, kāre mātou I te tino mātou ki ngā whakaritenga I tēnei wā. Koe a pia, te karere I puta mai. E raru ana e tahi I te nui o ngā tangata. E whakaeke mai ana ki runga o Waitangi. Bear with us, whānau. We're still trying to get a gauge on what's happening down here at the forum tent. Things happen. I know our former Minister for the Labour Party, Kiritapu Allen, couldn't make her panel due to being stuck in traffic. Heoi, I get a pretty good view on our forum tent, and ko te ahua nei, kua tau mai ngā māngai mo te kingitanga. It looks like we are back on schedule. And this panel, they will be sharing with us the outcomes of the Hui Āmotu at Tūranga Waiwai on the 20th of Jan, and incorporating he whakaputanga into a motu-wide focus. Ko te kai hautu o tēnei pānara, e ai ki ngā whakaritenga o runga i te pupa. According to our program, Rāhui Papa will be facilitating this discussion with our kingitanga. And we've still got tinoranga, we've got the tinoranga tiratanga panel still to come at around 1:30. We are on time, we are on schedule. Heoi, we've got to be prepared for unexpected last minute changes e tiwi. Koe ra pia tētahi o ngā tino painga. Mo tātou te iwi Māori, naturally we're good at being organic and being last minute and just winging it with whatever, what ahakoa ngā āhuatanga. Ka haere tonu ko te kaipapa. Mihi kawana ki tō tātou kai hautu, our beautiful MC for today, te tuahine arukuwai Tipene Allen. Mihi kawana ki ngā whānau, ki ngā hunga, e tomo mai ana ki roto i tō tātou whare wānanga. We've got a full whare at the moment e hoa ma, so if you do plan on coming down, kia tere tō haere mai ki konei. Haere mai rapu tūru. It's actually quite a nice atmosphere in here e hoa ma. It's hot outside, e paki mai ana ngā hihi katoa o tamanui te rā. Haere mai ki konei. Forum tent, next to the whare waka. Hei oi, ka whiu atu te rākau kōrero ki te papatu waiwai, ane rā ko te pānara o kingitanga. Kawa koutou tawhiti te haere ane rā ko te pāpā hotanga atu i Waitangi i runga i te rā o Waitangi 224, kua hau tēnei kwani mā ki ha e mihi kawatu ana kia koutou katoa. Noho tonu mai.
Tēnā tātou e hui hui nei ki te whakatutuki. I ngā mahi waihotia mai o tātou tūpunei te tau tahi mano warurau whātakau. Kia motu hake ai, te hainatanga o Te Tiriti e ki anei. Hei pupuru i te tikanga mō tātou ngai Māori, mō tātou mokopuna, mō ngā uri e apopo. Tēnei ahau me taku ki hei, te whakamarutanga o te kingitanga e noho ake nei. Whiki ao, tēnā. Tēnā rā. Tēnei te whanaungatanga kia koutou katoa e te mātawa koutou. Ko koutou te kingitanga e harako mātou. Tā mātou e teki nei te āwhitanga tō mātou ariki. Nā koutou e whakanoha ki runga i te tūranga i ki ai ko te kingitanga. Kia mōhio kia marama. Ko wai au. Whanau mai au i tūranga waiwai. Ko aku tūpuna i ahu mai I roto me ki ai te puaho Waikato. Te awa e rere nei tū wharetoa me he mea kei ko nei koutou hana mai ki runga. Tū wharetoa. I rere mai te wai, ka kōkiri tia mai te wai raka ki ngā tōpito whae ki anei ko te Waikato tani wharau he piko he tani wha. Nō reira tū wharetoa, nō te mana. Nō te mana, ka rere te tūpuna raka, te tahatika o ngā marae katoa o Waikato, ko te whakaruru hau tērā, kei raro I te maru o te kingita. Ko koutou te mana, ko koutou. E harako mātou, ko koutou ke. Ki ai te tau tahi mano waru raurima te kaumā, ono, ka hui o koutou tūpuna i pūkawa. I reira ka whakatūngi te kingitanga. Hei aha, hei pupuru i ngā whenua, hei puru i te toto, hei whakakotahitanga, hei whakakotahi a tātou i tēnei rā. Koi nei te tikanga o te kingitanga. A tai hoa ka huria te au ki te reo raupatu, e paia. Engari ko te mana o te rangi nei, ko tō tātou reo. Ka tū ai te kaupapa i reira, ka haere i Wainganui i teiwi. Ka tai tērā kaupapa ki te tau tahi mano waru rauri me te kaumā waru. Ka noho mai a pōtatau te whero, hei kingi tuatahi mō tātou te ao Māori. Ka rere atu te mana o tērā tohu ki te ao Māori katoa. Ka puta atu i roto i ngā tongi a tāwhiao, ka noho mai ko tana matua ko pōtatau te whero, e rua tau ka mate a pōtatau ka noho mai a tāwhiao, tana tamaiti, hei kingi tuarua mo te ao Māori. Toru te kaumā whātau, e noho ana a tāwhiao i runga i te taumata, i whakaritengia e o koutou tūpuna. Ka mate a tāwhiao ka noho mai ko tana tamaiti ko mahuta. Ka haere a mahuta ki pare mata, te pare mata. E waru ngā tau i noho mai a kingi mahuta i reira. Hai, kia pupuru tia te mana motu hake i waihotia mai ngā tūpuna, i hanangia i te wakatupuranga, wakaputanga, te tiriti o Waitangi. I whaia e kingi mahuta, ko te oranga mo tana iwi, ko ngā whare mo tana iwi, ko te mātauranga mo tana iwi, ko te oranga mutunga kore nei mo tātou te iwi Māori. Ka pau te kaha o mahuta i reira, ka hoki mai ki raro i te kingitanga ano. I te wā i hari ia ki reira i waihotia e ia tana teina a te whero, hei pupuru i te mana o te kingitanga. Ka mate a mahuta i te tautahi mana o iwarau te kaumārua, ka noho mai ko tana tamaiti a te rata mahuta. I reira, ka puea mai ko te tūpuna ruruhi e mōhio nei tātou katoa, ko te puea he rangi. Nāna ka ora te kingitanga, nā te wahine. Ki ai, nā te wahine, nā tana kaha ki te hoki mai, ki tana iwi, ka ora mai te kingitanga. Kia mōhio koutou, nā te wahine te kaha. Koutou ngā tāne, ai, i pōkai kaha tahi koutou, engari, nā ngā wahine, ko ki te koutou, te rahi o konei te pai, e wahine kato. E mana anō tā te tāne, waihotia, tērā, i reira. Engari, ka māwiwi a te rata, ka noho mai ko tana tamaiti ko koroki. Kingi koroki i haere mai ki konei i te tau tahi mano i warau tore te kau māwha, 1934. Ka taimai a kingi koroki i rungi te papa nei, nā te pue i haria mai. Ka mate a kingi koroki, ka noho mai ko te ariki nui te atairangi kāhu. Ko te wahine anaki i noho ake i rungi te taumata o te kingitanga, hei aha. Hei ārahi a tātou, hei whaka i te tikanga me ngā taonga i waihotia mai, e rātou kua moe. Ko te roa o te ariki nui e noho ana i rungi te taumata auhurawa, te kingitanga, whāta koutou, 40 years. Ka noho hei tauiratanga mo tātou, mo te ao Māori. Ka herea e ia, ko ngā whanaungatanga ki te ao whānui, ki ai tana tūpuna tāwhio, ko aku hoa kei ngā tōpito whā o te ao nei. My friends are from the four corners of this earth. And I ki ai a tāwhio, māku anō hei hanga I tōku whare. Ko te whakapāke o tērā, I will fashion my house from the common trees of the forest. Kari e ki ai ko te rimu, ko te tōtara, ko te aha, ko te aha. Ka o, ko tātou e noho ake. Ka noho mai e rā tongi, hei tauiratanga mo tōna iwi mo Waikato. I roto I te raupatutanga 1863, ka eke mai te Pākehā, ka murua ngā whenua o Waikato, 1.2 million acres of land. Confiscated. Taken by the bullets, taken by the nose of the gun, our people died. And it was through that the Kingitanga, Te Puea, she established the Tainui Māori Trust Board in 1946. Pōkai kaha Te Puea, kia hoki mai ngā whenua o tana iwi. O te iwi Māori, putanau. Ka ki te tātou. Ka mate o koutou tupuna e pupuru nei o koutou whenua. Mo te aha. Mo te hemokai o te Pākehā ki ngā whenua. O tā rātou hia ko ngā rawa ka puta mai I ngā whenua ne. Ka ki te tātou. I tēnei rangi kei te pēnā tonu. Kei te pēnā tonu rātou. Ka haere ka titiroa te Puea, me pepe e whakaora I tana iwi. Ka whaia e ia te tikanga o ngā tongi o tana tupuna tāwhia. I reira ka puawai mai ko te oranga o te iwi Māori. Ke titiroa tātou ki te ngā wāhine toko I te ora. Ko te moia I puta mai a te Puea. Tō koutou whae a whina, ana, ko ia te tei, me te nui ngō rātou a mirama. He mahanga kaupapa ko ngā wāhine kei te ārai. E hara tēnei tū I te whakaiti I a koutou e tānema engari. Koe rā te tika. Ka titiro tātou kia te atairangi kā. Ngā hononga katoa I hono eia ki te ao katoa. Ko tutuki ngā whakatauki o tana tupuna tāwhia ki ai ko aku hoa kei ngā tōpito whā o te aone. Ko koe a hawa a kua koe. Ki ai tana matua a pōtatau. Ko tahi te kohao te ngia. E kuhunai te miro pango, te miro mā, e te miro whero. Ka puta atu ki waho, kei roti I te whakaro tātua, o rite katoa tātou. Kare kone he tangata I tū atu ki ai, e rekea au. I puta mai tātou mai te one, mai te taha o te tāne, ka puta mai tātou, koi nei te whakatupura. Nō reire kia koutou tiwi. Koutou he tiwi. Pā mai te karereo rāhui papa. Ko pare he tana waka. E pai ana noho koe I reira. Nō reira kia koutou katoa. To condense it, and I'll pass it over to, of course, to Angeline. And she'll sing koeata. But in short, Kingitanga was established by way of the impact of the colonial new settlers to this land. By 1863, it had impacted on the Kingitanga, in particular at the entrance of the area called Waikato at Mangatawhiri. On the 12th of July, 1863, the regiments 12 and 14 of the British troops crossed the Mangatawhiri stream and took 1.2 million acres of land from Waikato. at the point of using the gun. Our tupuna, we're sitting here, died protecting that land. So our people were landlessness. We lived in poverty, having fed all the new settlers in the 1800s. We had nothing. Our health had declined from 80,000 right down to 37,000. That was all that was left. So we struggled for 132 years. The kings and in their successions redressed and redressed and redressed the confiscation of 1.2 million acres of land. Tāwhia went to England in 1884. He went there to talk to Queen Victoria. He was treated as a Māori, he returned as a Māori, meaning they did not show him the respect. They thought he was interesting, he was amusing. He was a character out of some werewolf film. He was just an amusement. Then his grandson, great-grandson, went there in 1914. Again, both were told to come back to the government of New Zealand. Hello? Come back to the government to ask for our land back that they had stolen. So the pain has always been there. By 132 years later, 1995, on the 22nd of May, Te Tiriti Nui signed on behalf of 63 marae, 33 hapu, that provided a settlement to the outstanding claims with regards to 1.2 million acres of land. And so, yes, we were the first to put our head on the block with regards to the claims, outstanding land claims. Ngāi Tahu followed suit. Then the government decided to close everything down because they knew that if every iwi decided to have a relativity clause in their claim, this country would be broke. So they knew common sense prevailed. And as you can see, both iwi, yes, we've lost some, we've won some, we're still trying to hang on to some, but the settlement was a way of creating an economic support system for our people, given the amount of everything that we had lost. So, family, in short, that's it. Kingitanga is you. It is you. It's not us sitting here. You know, we're all here because we're relatives. But we're Waikato Tainui, Pikiao, our own two. So we look at the relationships that has been created by the Kingitanga. And our practices with regards to things, I think they've done a wonderful job here. We've had 165 years of practice and we're still trying to get it right. On the 20th of January, we had the Hui A Motu that was called by the Motu. The invitation was issued by Kingi Tuheitia Potatau Te Whetowhero the 7th on behalf of the Motu. And this is an outcome of 3 Hui annual events. Well, one in Ngarua Wahia, Ratana, and of course here. Who's to say? Yes, there will be more hui. The iwi need to come together, the people. And I will say this, I am the great-grandmother of Māori Pākehā Mokapuna. I am the great-grandmother of Māori Japanese Mokapuna. I am the great-grandmother of Māori Mokapuna, and Māori and anything else I don't know anything about. This is about all of us. There's kaupapa is about every one of us. Ki hei a pōtatau. There's but one eye of the needle is through which all threads must pass, which is the red, black, and white threads. After I have gone, nothing else matters, nothing. So we have to protect the future of our children and the generations to come. Ko te āpōpōtanga, ko I rātou tātou whakaaro. Look after our generations to come. We must protect them. We must give them the equipment, the tools to survive. We have to do that. So who am I? You tune into Radio Tainui Live, Te Taura, 95.4 FM. I'm Auntie Mamai. And I broadcast 5 days a week, and I tell you there's no holes on that station. I'm telling you that. So I'm going to ask Angeline to say a few words because it's very important.
Oh, yeah. Ko kari o te maunga whaingaroa te moana tainui te waka tainui te iwi tainui āwhiro ngunguru te pō ngunguru te ao ko Angeline Greensela. Oh, thank you, Mama. She has said everything about the kingitanga. So what I'm going to talk about is probably very briefly, we have about 3 minutes left and we've got to sing a song yet. So, you know, we were a staunch kingitanga supporter. My tupunas were killed at Rangariri. And if it had not been for the child who escaped, there wouldn't have been a tuiwa regard. So, you know, so that war affected all of our people. But then we built a whare for Te Rata because we didn't like the fact that Mahuta went into Parliament. So we built a whare for Mahuta and made him our king out there before he was even due to be a king. Unfortunately, in 1941, the government destroyed the meeting house that we built for him, Miria Te Kakara. We haven't rebuilt that house. It took about, it's 81 years now, but we actually got the whenua back, the land that was the connection between us and the kingitanga. We used to have pokai annually. All of that connection disappeared until Te Ata came when we got the land back. 1988, we renewed those links to the kingitanga. We often wondered what they were for because there was a period there we didn't know what was happening. We knew that our tupuna supported the holding of whenua and kotahitanga, and it's still the same today. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we're not dying just yet, but I know we're short of time because when our relation's cancelled, some other group is coming up. So we're not going to be taking their time, but we do have a waiata unless Pikiao wants to do some talking.
I'd just like to say this, that when Te Puea came here in 1929, she went to Ahipara. And you heard the story about people going to Te Reranga Wairua and going right down to the Pohutukawa tree. A gift was given to Te Puea, and the gift was the beautiful kauri tree that stands at the entrance of Tūranga Wawai Marae. There are 3 kauri trees, so when you go to Tūranga Wawai, you know you belong there. It's like every other iwi that marae Te Puea created for the kingitanga. Not mo te ao katoa, for the kingitanga. You in the first sense. And then the invite goes out from that monarch, or in this case, Kingi Tuheitia, to the world, to come at his invite. That marae belongs to you. Ne? In 1975, we came here, the kingitanga was invited to come to a lot of maraes to talk about the kingitanga. Pumi Taituhau led that kaupapa. So if you know Pumi, the best songwriter, the best orator, the best, as Hone Harawira would say, bullshitter, but it came with class. That's what happened. It came with class. So we're here today just to share a little bit with you and all our family from Te Puaho Waikato, from the end of the river, and from our Pikiao side. And of course, we've got you. Me karakoa na koutou kaha te kingitanga. What will the kingitanga be without you? Ne? So this is not Waikatotanga, it's you. Koutou. No reira e te iwi, me konui tera. Konui tera, that's more than enough. Okay, just tune into Tainui Radio, you'll be right. There's no holes on that station. Tell you for 2 hours a week. 2 hours a day. There's no holes, no bars. So, koreri koutou i te waiata. The Whoopies Angeline's going to lead us through a song.
Oh, no, you're going to lead.
I can see some of you at the back there. Get over here. Okay. Te matangi te pue I te paua mangatapi I te wahai I te wahai me te rangi mari Iawe me te nā tūronga anga ngā tūronga Katomo e tomo atu ai ki te taira o mahi narani o mahi narani huri toka noi ki te autu ara te tiriti o Waitangi e tu make mai Iwa ho te moana Iawe. Iwa paneira, ko paneira, ko paneira. This song was written by our families during Te Pue's time. It captures and resonates the whole idea of bringing the people together and bringing them together under the King Tahu. And as you turn to look towards the north, there is Te Tiriti o Waitangi, standing so alone. And today we give warmth to the Tiriti. Te kaupapa te kawanata, nā rātou I hani. Nō reira e te iwi, e mihi koe na kia koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou katoa.
Kia ora. Aku rangatira.
Te mātā wako tainui e mihina kia koutou. E haka pōtāngianga, ua koutou kōrero I ngā mihi ko wihingi a kerungi a koutou rungara, ko koutou tēnei. Ka mihi ki ua koutou nei āhua mōmori, rangi māria, e te o koutou nei whakawhiti ngara kōrero. E miha na kia koutou. Te katonu a kōrero, mai rano ka hanga ngia ka kaupapa, ko pangangia tū te kūpenga, o hauhau ngia tātou katoa e koutou. Mai e timata, mai e tūranga wawe, peka tū te kia ta rātana pā, ko tāu mai ke kone. Engari I roto au nei kōrero, kia nanga kōrero, o te whenowheno. Kei kaua hare ki ngā pakanga. Engari nui atu e na kōrero, kaua tātou e pakanga neo ke tātou ano. Ko e tere ke te mihetu kia koutou. Mihi tonu, mihi tonu. Aha, ko te ahua kōrero, o rui mai te kingi taka, a mai ano ke ngā pui. O tātou ngā tātou. Waheo tea ke te kingi taka, tūhei kia I tēne wā. E mihi ngā kia koutou. Te ahua o te rangi, te ahua ngā kōrero, e kone te tahi a uri o ngā puhi, e whakaone, e aha te tahi kupu rangatira ke te puta mai tēne hui. Nā, he tatiri tonu ana. Ko hono honengia nei koutou I tēne wā. Ngā whakalo, kei a koutou, Mōria tēnei whakaro. Me tū kawana Māori anō tātou, e arataki a tātou. Papai ana ka kōrero atu hei kia i te hui reira. Maungi au a tātou te ngam, uketo tātou reo. Ko e tēnā te kākono e hakatongi a rātou mai rā no mai rā. Mōria era whakaro. Kia tu, nā te tahi anō koutou, e ngāpuhi e kia tu, hangangia te kāwana Māori mō tātou. Ke mutu ai tātou, ke te tohe ina ki a rātou no. E ke te whakapiripiri a tātou, e te whaia e taunu. E mōhea na ngā kōrenga mai ne koe, e tawā, e tā mai a te puia ki kone. E rongoro, i kite iaia. Nā ko kite oni a koutou. E tuitui e ko wangani o ngāpi, wana kōrero, kau e hari ki ngā pakara. E ngari, tohe tonu ngā takato ngāpi, haere tonu. Nā, ki te koe ngā taumata o mātou marae, o ngaro ke a kau mātou. Nō reira ka mihitu ki a koutou, e wo koutou whakaro. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Toro mai toringa, tū mai ngā puhi, hariru tia toringa, ia pipono, ia pitaku tinana. Aue, te aroha ki a rātona. Aue, te aroha ngā upakarotone. Hiki tia e ngā iwi ki a rewa ki runga ngā taonga, ngā matua, uangaro i te pō. Aue, te aroha ki a rātona. Aue, te aroha ngā upakarotone.
E kore hoki wale ki wa tātou tini autua, e tā tātou wakaitangi. E kia na ngā kōrero ki a rātou mā, ko haerewe katoa rātou, ki te tahi marae, e kore e kiki i te takawa. E tā kotokoti o tātou marae ahakoa, e raro e nau ngā maunga, mai e ngā waka, ko tātou no a tātou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa ngā.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnā koutou e aku rangatira, e te pāpā, tēnā tātou.
Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana i ngā kaupapa katoa, mā runga pukamata me te tau pānga ngā whare kōrero me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetu irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi, 2024 are taringa mai, kia kotahi ai tātou.
Ai rā, e te iwina mai hoki mai, ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga, kua hau tēnei kwani mākiha e mihi kawatu ana kia koutou katoa. Ngā hunga whakarongo, ngā hunga mātakitaki, ka tahi anō ka heke mai, ko tērā o ngā pānara, te pānara o te kingitanga. Outcomes of the 20th of Jan hui a motu, which was held at Tūranga Waiwai in Ngārua Wāhia. But the overall kaupapa, I suppose, for that panel, the outcome of 3 national hui held across the motu, Tūranga Waiwai, Ratana Pā, and of course here in Waitangi today. Ko te ngako pea o ngā kōrero, ko te whakakotahitanga o te iwi Māori i roto i nei wā. E mihi kawana ki tērā o ngā whāia, te reo o Tainui Waikato, ko Auntie Mamai tērā, me Angeline Greensill hoki, i hoki whakamuri ki ngā kōrero hitori o Waikato, o Tainui, me te aranga mai o te kingitanga. Me era kaupapa katoa mō tō tātou kingi, me ngā kaupapa kei mua i te aroaro mō rātau i tēnei wā. E mihi kawana, e mihi kawana, e mihi kawana. A hoki mai kia tātou e noho nei i roto i tō tātou tēneti, ara te forum tent. Kua ki pai te whare i tēnei wā, ko te kuru Jews tērā kei runga i te papatu waiwai i tēnei wā, e whakangahau ana i te tangata. Because we are running ahead of time, e hoa mā, yeah, we've scheduled just a small performance for the Maria here today. Ko te kuru Jews tērā, uri o Ngāti Rangitihi, te arawa waka. E whakakoakoa, e whakahari ana i a tātou e noho nei. Kia ngamu a tātou, hei te takiwa o te haurua mai i te kotahi karaka. Ko te pānara tērā o te tino rangatiratanga ko ngā kai kōrero, ko tākuta hine moa Alda, ko Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark, ko Ben Dalton, ko Annette Sykes, ko Hone Harawira. E mihi kawana ki era o ngā toki, ki era o ngā pau i roto i te ao Māori. E hora nei i o rātou whakaaro ake, i o rātou kōrero, what does tino rangatiratanga mean to them and what does that look like? An inspiring, impressive lineup of ingoa for the tino rangatiratanga panel, which is due to begin at 1:30. We are running we are running ahead of time i te whānau. Engari, noho tonu mai ki tō mātou taha. Ka huri ake tātou pia ki te papatū wāwa kia tai a koutou te kite te rongo ki ngā kōrero pāreka e puta mai ana ia te kuru Jews. Nora hoki ko the Horu, ko hori tērā o ngā ringatoi, tērā o ngā tangata rongonui i tēnei wā. Ana kia tahuri ake tātou, kia rāua.
Ki ngā atamira Māori, ki te kōrero rūpahu, ki te kōrero kaikiri. Nā reira me whakamutu atu. Tēnā koutou ko te kuru o te Marama Jews, ahau. Koe rā taku kauhau. Hare tonu. Ka pai. Koe rā te whakamāramatanga o te waiata me te hāngaitanga ki ngā tuāhuatanga i heipū i nā nahi. Te take i kōwhiria e au taua waiata, kia whakahāngai i ērā kōrero ki tā tātou nei kaupapa toitū Te Tiriti.
Kia ora e hoa mā, whakarongo mai ne, kua tū mai tētahi kai kōrero. Ka nui tā tātou kōhimuhimu.
Ki te pirangi puta,
e aro.
ki te pirangi puta, ana. Mahi atu. So, what I said there, for our people who are still learning te reo Māori, was when you trample upon tikanga, you transgress not only our people, but our culture. And when you transgress our people and our culture, sorry, my voice is fucked from the haka yesterday, then you trample on the breath of our ancestors. That's what takaha means. And that's what I see when I hear and I see us allowing David Seymour, someone who's racist, blatantly racist, funded by racist policies, when we let them speak on our marae atea. So we need to stop giving them our Māori platforms. And that's just one of the the themes of our kaupapa toitū Te Tiriti. We know what David Seymour is going to say. He rupahu. The Treaty Principles Bill is already going through Parliament. So yesterday was just a show for them, and that's why one of the reasons why we decided to try and shut him down. So everyone just needs to be onto it and kakama. I'll hand it over to my bro.
Kia ora whānau. Ko e nei mea, nā papa haumaru, ne? Nā papa haumaru. These are our shields, okay? We made these because our tiriti protects us. And we must also protect our tiriti. Ne? And our whakaaro for yesterday was to come together
as Māori, as tangata tiriti, and go up there and silence those fucking pricks that were up there. Now, I'm sorry, Tamariki Mā, but Honi said some shit yesterday, and I'm exactly the same. Okay, and he was right. He was fucking right. Okay? Ko te tono ki te iwi Māori, e kaua e ho mai, tēnei kawanatanga kino, tētahi atamira Māori ki te tū ki te kōrero e rātou kōrero. Nā te mea kua kōrero kē. They have already said what they have said. They have already done what they've done. And they are going to try and do it anyway. It doesn't matter what they say on any pie or any public space. We're just allowing them to explain themselves. Okay? So our tono is to everyone that is here, is to stop letting them speak. Don't give them those platforms to speak from. Okay? But we've got much work to do. That was just one thing that we've done, whānau. That was just one thing. And I'm an artist, so the only thing I can think, I can't speak that well, okay? But these things speak 1,000 words, okay? And these things represent, okay? Mai tūpuna, no Ngati Tōranga Tiro, Te Rauparaha. He signed this twice, just to make sure. Once on Kapiti and then on Mana. He signed it twice just to make sure of it. Okay, so to go do that whakaeke yesterday and do kamati was mean for me. Okay, but we now need to take that inspiration from our tūpuna. All right, we need to think about our mokapuna. That's why we are mokapuna inspired to do this mahi. Okay, so the tono is to you, te iwi Māori, is that if they want to come to your school and do something, okay, or if they want to come to your public space, okay, let them come and listen, but noho wahangu. Ke pai ki te noho wahangu, ne? It's all good. Sit and fucking listen to what these people are saying. Kia ora.
Hei whakamārama ake i tai mātou ki te hui āmotu ki roto tainui waka. I reira i puta te pōhiri i a ngāpuhi kia haramai ki Waitangi. Nā reira i haramai mātou. Ka re rātou ki me pēhea te haramai. I haramai mātou me tā mātou kaupapa. Ko te kaupapa he tohe. I rongo i ngā kōrero a Shane. Ai, runga au i te rākau. Ka pai, he tautoko tērā i tā mātou mahi ina nahi. I tai mātou ki te ātea. I te mea kua piki te taumaha o ngā wero a te kāwanatanga, me piki ake te urupare. Because the circumstances of what this government are doing are more drastic than possibly what Shane was protesting about 40 years ago. Our response has to be a bit more organised, a bit more radical, if you like, a bit more hearty. So that's why we went on the Aotea yesterday. And going back to the waiata, I say, ka mate au I te tikanga, ka ora au I te tikanga. Because what we saw yesterday and leading up to this campaign was a lot of our people telling us not to do that. Because our people are very well-mannered Māori. And we've got this idea in our head that we're not allowed to do that. We have to give the kāwanatanga all of the aroha. But like what Hana Rāwhiti said yesterday, where's their fucking aroha for us? They've shown us they got no aroha for Māori. 100-day plan, they are attacking our people and our culture. Where's the aroha for us? So why do we continue to allow them to come on our mini marae? Ai, he marae no te motu tēnei. I puta e rā kōrero, I te kāwanatanga, I te tā haukanga hoki. So that's why, as Māori, we navigated this kaupapa ātikanga. We had many wānanga. We had lots of kōrero with our ngāpuhi whanaunga up here, and that's why we asked Erukapa Kingi to be our māngai as well, because of his connections, whakapapa connections, community connections. As someone who was a leader within the community, we asked Eru, and he agreed that this was the right thing to do. So that's one of the main points why we collectivized to do this. Papa haumaru. Whakahaumaru ia tātou, and send a message to this kāwanatanga, but everyone here as well. I puta te kōrero I roto I te hakapohiri, ko te ope e whakaeke mai nei e hara I te hoariri e manuhiri. Ai. Someone comes to your marae, you have to show them manakitanga. But when did that start? When did Ngāpuhi start welcoming everyone on as a manuhiri? Which year was that? I just think we need to think about these things. We all do it, mai iwi do it as well. So why do we let them come and sit at the front and then get up and talk Pākehā? Ko te marae, te ātea, te taumata, o te ahurea Māori. It's the highest cultural platform we have. It's where we farewell our dead. It's where we come together as Māori. It's where we cry. It's where we laugh. It's where we love. And we let these buggers just rock up and spit their hate speech and tell us, Luxon, he said it after the iwi chairs hui, and he said it again on the maho, the cheek of the man, to say 55% of Māori kids aren't attending school, and we need to fix that. Bro, that's because of colonization. He's blaming us for that. So me āta whakarongo e te iwi, me āta whakarongo, me wete wete. Be very critical of what he's saying. He's not innocent in this. This is his government. He got off lightly yesterday because we allowed him to speak. And what we heard was him making that dig. Why out of all the stats did he choose that? Because he's speaking to his own voters who are watching on TV. Oh yeah, those Māori kids, they're naughty. We need this government to sort them out. No, bro, we need you to enable us to help our people recover from 200 years of colonization. Oh, one more thing before I hand it back to my bro. I was talking to Whaia Leone, and she said, Tukuru, we need to have some action points. So it's all good. Yeah, one protest yesterday, it was good, it worked, kapai. What are you going to do now? So as a iwi, Māori, what I think one of the things we need to do, is have some action points for your own hapu whānau iwi, and that is looking at the whakapapa of protest within your own iwi, so you can draw power from that. Look at what they did, why did they do it, and that should help you to create some rauemi for the next generation or for your own current generation to understand why they did that and why we need to keep doing that. So that's the first thing. Look at the whakapapa of mahi tōrangapū, mahi porotu within your own hapu, community, whatever. And then the next part is education within your hapori, so that everyone kind of understands why they're doing that, why we're doing this. And then the third one is collectivizing. As a iwi, as a whānau, as a hapu, and then joining in the national collective as well. Because we all need to be on the same page. Yesterday, another rōpū joined our kaupapa and presented Luxon with a flag. And that was not okay with us. We didn't know that was going to happen, and we didn't want that to happen. But some will say, ko tērā te āhua o ngā kaupapa Māori, ai, never know what's going to happen, but we just need to all be on the same page about this. We're giving them too much, okay? Give them less, especially on the marae. That's the only place where we have absolute tino rangatiratanga. And when we allow what happened yesterday, I'm not saying nā te haukanga te he, I'm just saying this is for something for us to think about as a collective, as a nation. If we're not enforcing tino rangatiratanga on our own marae, then where are we doing it? Ka pai?
So this is a bit of a tono to everyone. If you look to your left here, there's a little tea party going down. We're calling it the Te Tiriti Tea Party. Okay, there's a whole bunch of paint there, and we want you all to come out and make your mark on these papa haumaru. Okay, so we're inviting you down to our little ātea there to come chuck a bit of paint around, have a bit of a fun, and have a bit of kōrero with us. Kānohi ki te kānohi, face to face, and have that chat. So tēnei te mihi ki a koutou katoa. Kia Ngāpui, kia koutou, a kai whakahaere. We got chucked in the under the mount, but kei te pai tērā, we'll take it. We'll use our platforms or any platforms to get this kōrero out. So tēnei te mihi kia koutou katoa. Kia ora.
Aira I te wina mai hoki mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu I te whare wānanga te Forum Tent. Taha o te whare waka I roto o Waitangi I runga I tēnei o ngā rangi tino whakahirahira te rā o Waitangi 2024 e mihi kawana kia koutou katoa ngā hunga whakarongo. O tina ngā hunga mā taki aua tokorua rā me tara aua kaipapa toitu te tiriti. Me tautoko tātou I tērā o ngā kaipapa. He kaipapa whakakotahi pia I a tātou I raro I ngā tini āhuatanga o te wā. Toitu te tiriti, toitu te whakaputanga. Me mihi kātika kia raiwa tahi ko the hori, raiwa ko te kuru Jews. I tēnei wā e kori ana te whare nei, mō tō tātou pānara e haere ake nei, o te pānara tino rangatiratanga, ko tāku tāhine moa Elder, uri no roto mai o ngā tikuri, ko Hana Rāwhiti mai pi Clark, ko Ben Dalton, ko Annette Sykes, rātou ko Hone Harawira. Hei te takiwā o te haurua mai I te kotahi karaka I te ahiahi. Nei rā, ko tō tātai whanau ngā ruku wai Tipene Allen, e huaina na, e whakahuana I ngā ingoa, ko ia rā ko tāku tahine moa Elder. Uri o ngā tikuri, no roto mai o muri whenua kia tahuri ake tātou ki te papatu waiwai, noho tonu mai.
Tiro kaunua, kaihia, te hunga, nōna nā tapua e whai anei. Rere whakate uru atu, ki te tihi o whangatawatia. Mā te one e haia ai e poroa, hioi, kaore kawireira. Huri whakate rāwhiti atu, ki pūheke. Mā te moana o rangaunu, me ona pioke e. Hioi, kaore kawireira. Ana te mata ki muri. Ki te wai pūātāta o pārengarenga. Ki te ara karere kore ki muri. Ki te whakatōreretanga o te wairua. Ki te reinga e. Koia hau te whakatauki e. Tēnā te kawariki. Me whakapakari e. E te whare nui, te whare tapu o Ngāpuhi. Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou. E te tī, e te tā, e te tote, e te reka. A tēnā koutou. I was reminded of something Auntie Louie said back in 2010 at Waimirirangi. And she said to me, you know, one of the great things about being Māori is that we don't each have to know everything. We come together with each of our special gifts and our special skills, and together we can solve any problem. This is what I think about when I think of tino rangatiratanga. So I have taken a practical approach using the letters of the word toitu to think about actions and whakaaro that can help us manifest and expand our experience of tino rangatiratanga. And I come at that from the position of the tino rangatiratanga a hinengaro. So many of you will know that I am a psychiatrist, and I've been a specialist now for nearly 20 years. And so my career has really been about te tino rangatiratanga a hinengaro. And of course, hinengaro for us is much greater than the Pākehā concept of the mind. Hinengaro lives in our bodies, not only the brain. And in Te Tai Tokerau, we have our own whakaaro about nā rua a hinengaro. So, the first te of a toitu is tino rangatiratanga. And my challenge to all of us is to go home and wānanga with our own whānau, with our own hapu, with our own teams. How do we uniquely describe that for us today? And let's review that. Let's put a time on that. We could review it again next Waitangi. Say, how have we grown what we understand, what we feel, what we experience as our tino rangatiratanga? And let's be really specific about what that means and where we feel it. So we know that and we've heard a lot about the colonizer playbook. And one of the key features of the colonizer playbook and toolkit is that they have a particular territory that they love to occupy. This is the sweetest territory that they love, and that is the territory of our minds. So let's be clear, if we can take control of our own sense of tino rangatiratanga, therein lies the rongoā for all the dis-ease and the uncertainty that the colonizing narrative spreads amongst us and between us. We've seen lots of evidence, have we not, of lateral violence over the last few days, over the last few months, where Māori are set against Māori. Colonizers love that because it means they don't have to put in so much effort. We do it to ourselves. So let's be really specific and deliberate about writing down our own experiences of tino rangatiratanga. Tērā te mahi tuatahi. O. The letter O stands for ohanga, because I want us to talk about the tino rangatiratanga of the economy. So how we spend our money and where we spend our money is incredibly political, and it says a lot about our tino rangatiratanga. So first and foremost, choose Māori business. Choose Māori business. And if it doesn't exist, let's create it. I don't want to pay my mortgage to a Pākehā bank owned by Australia or some other foreign power. I want to pay my mortgage to a Māori bank. I want to pay my insurances to Māori insurance companies. So let's be creative. We've got lots of business owners in the audience today, lots of local business owners. Let's use our economic power to establish and feel the power of our tino rangatiratanga. We've done it with boycotting various businesses in the last few months, haven't we? So we've seen how powerful the dollar is. And I think the other thing about economic power is it's intrinsically linked to our political power. So to me, that's about encouraging our young ones who understand in their own special way the power of money and the influence of money, that is political for them. And that's part of them voting, being on the Māori roll, and being invited and included and feeling comfortable and confident in settings like this. E. E stands for iara, iara, every day. What are the everyday activities that we can embrace, that we can enjoy and relish? That's also good for our mental health, that imbue us with a sense of tino rangatiratanga. So, simple things. I'm sure you're thinking of many. Karakia, whakawhanaungatanga, waiata, learning the stories from home, walking in the places, being in the places where our ancestors walked, knowing about their stories and drawing connections between their stories and ours, because we are their living representatives. So iara, iara, do something every day that manifests tino rangatiratanga for yourselves and your whānau. The second te for me is taima. We have to take taima to notice when the colonizer voice is creeping into our minds. And maybe you're noticing it right now because we are all, to some degree or another, colonised. As Tame says, colonised AF. So let's not pretend that that colonizer voice doesn't creep in from time to time. Maybe it's at times like today at a pōhiri, where we're expected to stand and sing a waiata, and we start to feel worried, I don't know all the words. Everyone here will have had some kind of experience where we start to feel less than, we start to question ourselves in our Māori identity. So let's take time to notice that and to say, whaka mutu atu, o raho. We're not going to listen to those colonizer voices anymore. We're going to listen to the tupuna voices that are also in the mind, but sometimes a little quieter in their whispering. The final letter of the word is u, and for me that stands for u kai po. So coming home to our whenua in activities like this, many of us are from here, coming home in our physical bodies, but also remembering we can also come home in our minds. We can always come home to our true identities in the marae of the mind, ahinenga rone. So, te tino rangatiratanga, what does it mean for you? Get specific. Or hanga, economy, political power. I iara, te taima, take time to notice. And u kai po. And as you will see, just like what Auntie Louie said that I mentioned at the beginning, each of those letters alone doesn't do the job, doesn't spell a word. So they have to work together as letters to form the word toitu. Just like we all have experienced the power of being together over Waitangi. Because that's the final thing I'd like to say about tino rangatiratanga. It is a shared experience. It is an essentially shared experience. And we will all go away from this Waitangi this year with an unforgettable sense of, a renewed sense of tino rangatiratanga. So, he whakakapi māku, e ai ki te kōrero te tahi o ngā tupuna wahine, ki e tahi o tātou, ko turi kātuku tōna ingoa, e ai ki aia, ka tohe au, ka tohe au. Me tohe tātou, toitu te tiriti, toitu he hakaputanga, tino rangatiratanga e.
Tēnā koe te marama o era kōrero. He oi e whakarite te tonu ana i te taha nei, ki te āhuatanga ka whai mai, e utonu ana ki tērā kōrero mo te tino rangatiratanga. He oi a rātou e whakarite ana. We better have a little shake it off a bit, because this next kaupapa is we're going to have some big kōrero about tino rangatiratanga, ka hoki mai tō tātou whā net, ki te taki atu I nei kōrero. Heoi, in the meantime, I think we should sing a waiata. What do you guys think? Yeah? Okay, who's got a better voice than mine in the room? Oh, half of you, all of you. Okay, so I need you guys to do the thing, okay, and sing along, because this is no solo act. Ka pai? Ngā iwi e, ngā iwi e.
Ai rai hoa marahiri mai anō ki tēnei o ngā papa, hotanga atu I te whare kōrero te forum tent. Waitangi Day 2024, katahi anō ka heke mai ko tērā o ngā kai kōrero tuatahi. Tākuta hine moa Alda. He uri no roto mai o te hiku, muri whenua. Tika ana me mihi ki aia. Me ona mātauranga. Kua huri pia te ngā whakaritenga. We are back to our panel layout, thanks to our whaia Annette Sykes. So ka huri anō tātou ki aia, mana e kawe ngā kōrero i nāia tonu nei mo te pānara tino rangatiratanga. Noho tonu mai koutou.
So kia koe hina mō, mo tō whakamārama, e pāna ki tētahi o ngā whakarite i tō tātou nei tino rangatiratanga. Ka huri au ki tērā o ngā reo, just to tell you why we look a bit disorganised. We've got a young group of people trying to bring the horses through the bridge, and they've been stopped by the police. And it's not an aru-raru, we're worried about safety of everybody. There's some negotiations going on down there, so Ben Dalton at the moment can't join our panel. So we're on Māori time as we've been on all time. Our whānau down there are safe, but that's why I've decided we couldn't wait anymore. Many of us have to travel back down the motu. And I've asked for us to seek some young men to substitute for Ben. And we're really lucky this afternoon that Tākuta Ferris has agreed to, on the spot, take up that thing. Now, I understand there's someone from the Aotearoa Liberation League here too. I don't know you personally. It's a young man. So, pardon? And if that person's available, I just want to make sure we have a balance of opinion coming on this kaupapa. No, we're balanced. We're balanced, a balance of opinion. Young, old, activists, new activists, straight, gay, straight, gay, okay. There's a whole lot of things that we're talking about in this. And people that have also spent a long time thinking about what tino rangatiratanga means. And I'm not talking about in 1840 so much, but means for us in our lives every day. And we've heard one of our speakers start the discussion, but I'm going to ask our next speaker, Hannah, to explore from her perspective, what does tino rangatiratanga mean for her in 2024? And how can we ensure the authenticity of tino rangatiratanga in 2024 from the encroachment of the sphere of kāwanatanga, which so often undermines our effort for tino rangatiratanga, so that we don't confuse either the difference between the sphere of tino rangatiratanga, the sphere of kāwanatanga, the relational sphere where they may both actually sometimes work together, and sometimes why rangatiratanga has to exist separately if we are to remain authentic to what tino rangatiratanga means. Easy questions, eh? Easy questions. In the context of the debate of the last 2 days, the Pākehā Kāwanatanga officials would have us say that we live in the Kāwanatanga sphere. Tino rangatiratanga is limited to operate in a practical sense in 2024 by that sphere. They're saying to us we aren't going to get any funding from them if we maintain our desire for tino rangatiratanga. They're saying to us they're going to close down initiatives like the Māori Health Authority. We've all been there before. That happened as early as the early 1900s when the Māori Health Council tried to establish separate Māori health authorities, and we heard from Tainui how Te Puia had her dream of establishing her own hospital. These efforts to limit the bounds of rangatiratanga are real. They have been consistent. They have tried to strangle the operation of tino rangatiratanga. Many of us, though, lead simple lives. We don't actually know what those policy makers are doing. That's why I want the panel to give us real practical understanding of what does tino rangatiratanga look like, feel like, smell like in 2024. I asked Tamati Kruger what tino rangatiratanga was in the Te Tiriti inquiry of the Waitangi Tribunal. He didn't give me a definition of what it was, but he told me what it wasn't. You know when a person speaks, whether they are speaking like a rangatira. You know when a person walks, whether they are walking the talk of rangatiratanga. You know when the person writes that they have the freedom to express what rangatiratanga means to them, either in their own language or the vernacular of someone else's language, whether it's Chinese, English, Spanish. Remembering many of our kura kaupapa now have created a generation of trilingual or multilingual speakers, what I call polyglots, okay? And if you're a monoglot, do you know what that is? You only speak one language. And we have many of our younger generation monoglot Māori, proudly so. We have many of my generation monoglot English, and sometimes that causes so much trauma for us. We need to understand that. He also said, you can see those of the population that are imposters when they claim rangatiratanga, but they're actually working to a kawanatanga agenda. And he was quite critical in his answer of some of the actions of post-settlement governance entities, how they changed the processes of decision-making to meet the needs of access to kawanatanga resources at the expense of ensuring the rangatiratanga of their people. That's in the modern context. So the question isn't a loaded question. It has many dimensions to it, and I'm hoping it will build on the contextual discussions that started on the Aotea yesterday. What does tino rangatiratanga look like to you in 2024? So Hana, kia ora.
Taku ihi, taku ana wana. Taku ihi, taku ana wana. Taku tu, taku hikoi. Taku tu, taku hikoi. Kai hinga ue, kai mate aue. Kai hinga ue, kai mate aue. Taku rōpu haka. Kua rā ke ahau I te papa o te whenua. Kua ki te ahau I ngā whetū e tūtaki tahi ana. Ko matari ki te kairuri, kua tutahi kei te taumata o te mangoroa. Koe nei ngā kupu o haki, o te whare kāhui ariki, kei taku kingi tūheitia, pōtatau te whirowhiro, te tuawhitu, rire hau, pai mārire. Tēnā rā tātou e te whare. The question is, tino rangatiratanga. I was a little bit lost in my tino rangatiratanga this morning because I was trying to find a park, and I had to sprint from Waitangi gas station all the way here. So that's my tino rangatiratanga done for the day. He oi anō, I would like to keep this short and sharp and sweet. I want to reflect on where I've seen tino rangatiratanga, and I guess where the orokohanga mai o taku tino rangatiratanga. I mua I tēnā, he uri tēnei no Waikato, no Taranaki, no Ngāti Porau, no Ngaitahu. Engari he uri hoki tēnei no ngā whao Haiwai, no Te Rāwhiti, no konei ake, kei konei e tihi o aku whānau no ngā whā lane. Ko taku ingoa Wainganui, ko Kareariki, anei te tihi o a koutou mokopuna, ko tai mai tēnei rā. My tino rangatiratanga actually derived from that tent at the back over there, that Ngā Tamatoa tent. And funny enough, 50 years ago, they weren't even actually allowed past the bridge. And it's taking them 50 years just to get they're flash now. They've got a full-on marquee and all. Engari, that's taken 50 years to get to that point. I tino kore kore a mātou rā. Their children's, what ngā tamatua is today, I don't think, it wasn't the end or be or back in our time. Actually, Pākehā didn't agree with them, and Māori also didn't agree with them. A lot of Māori actually didn't agree with the reo, didn't agree with our kura. So I tino kore kore ngā rā o a mātou ruruhi korohike kia tai ki tēnei wā. However, they've used those sacrifices so that ka rākau nui o mātou rā, o rātou uri whakaheke. And that's the biggest sacrifice that they've ever been able to do, that I've ever been able to be gifted with, is that mai tino rangatiratanga e hara nōku no kururuhi koroheke. Tino rangatiratanga to me, in my age, is I'm not a rangatira, I am not a leader, I don't see myself he kaitea ki noihoa hau. Ko taku mahi, tino raranga to weave the tira. Tēnei ope hau, tēnei tira hau, te hara mai nei, ara ko te kohanga reo generation. And whether or not you came on this movement, whether or not you came on this walk 50 years ago with your tamaiti, breastfeeding, all your way during Parliament, through movements, through hikoe, or whether you've come 5 minutes ago, we open our hands with open hearts to this new movement. And we bring everyone with us. Ko tāku moe moe a, I don't want tino rangatiratanga to just be for MPs. I'm sick of hearing the same old talk. I'm sick of hearing myself, actually. I'm sick of being on Instagram because ko koutou ke ngā rangatira moa pōpō. Ko koutou kei roto e o koutou iho pūmanawa. Tino rangatiratanga to me is being able to create over this next 3 years. Yesterday I came in here and my blood was boiling. I was so pissed off that someone from Hobson's Pledge got to actually sit under our maho. I was so pissed off that the kāwanatanga came here to tell us how we should be doing our stuff. We know what we're doing. We know where we're going. Our generation, e hara tēnei te kōrero whakahihi, e hara tēnei te kōrero whakatakahi o koutou mana, but tino rangatiratanga for my generation is we know who we are, we know where we come from, and we know where we're going. Koira. It's simple, I can't explain it, but to wrap it up in 3 words, and if you don't know where you come from yet, make those sacrifices for your tamariki. It's going to be a hard journey. E tihi wā, ka tino kore kore, e tihi wā, it will be dark, but your children have to know where they come from, who they are, and where they are going. That's the key for our generation and our tino rangatiratanga. Yeah, chair. Tētahi kōrero atu anō. One of my things that I always joke about is I'm from Waikato and from Ngāpuhi, so if I can go through both of those iwis, I can handle Parliament like no tomorrow. He oi anō, koenei tamariki, koenei mokopuna, we are watching you. We are in awe of what you are carrying for us because we know that we are just going to be as good as you guys in making those sacrifices for us, and we'll do everything in our power to make sure we know where we're going, because in 2040 and 2050, we are creating the Hawaii Ho. And Hawaii Ho, what you can do in this 3 years, while this coalition is, I don't know what they're up to, or less, we can prep the soil, prepare the soil, whether you work in banks, whether you're a plumber, whether you're an electrician, whether you're a nurse. In 2050, we're going to have Māori hospitals. We're going to have Māori banks. We're going to have Māori real estate. We're going to have Māori kura. Everything's going to be Māori, because 50 years ago, a Māori party was unimaginable. Māori media was unimaginable. Māori kura was unimaginable. So believe in the unimaginable, know where you're going, know who you are, and yeah, kia ora. Ngā mihi nui, kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koe. Harai te mea, I'm trying to jump in on these fellas mana, but I just wanted to stand to apologise to Kiritapu and Tākuta. Nā ku te he, ko au te tangata I whakatau I tērā. Ko tēnei, te pānara whakamutunga, whaimuri mai a rātou, ka tū tā tātou kaikōrero whakamutunga, ana katahi ka kapi me te ropu kapahaka a hātea, ne? Nā reira, wahine mā, he whakaaro pai tēnei, mā koutou e whakaawe I tā tātou iwi me o koutou mana wahine. Harai te mea he poro, kei a koutou te wā ki te kōrero I o koutou kōrero. Ka haere I te mutunga, ne?
Hone, I thought you were on our panel. Come on, hara mai, bro. You're after Miriana.
That's a first. It'll be good for you, Hone, to go after me. Kia ora tātou. My name's Mariana Pittman. I'm from the centre of the universe, Ngāti Kahungunu. On my mother's side, I am Ngāti Kahungunu, rongo mai wahine. Ngai tā manuhiri is out today. Rongo whakata te aitanga mahaki e Ngāti Porou. And then the other bit, the invasion from the north. I'm Ngāti Wai on my father's side. But I think that's where all the tino rangatiratanga stuff came from, because, you know, the other stuff on the Tairāwhiti side, pretty conservative, National Party, yucky things. And so my journey with tino rangatiratanga started probably at the same place as Hana, with being inspired by Hana, her namesake, by Sid and by Ngā Tamatoa when I was quite young. And I always believed in my whole life, my mother always taught us to believe in ourselves and to believe in who we were descended from and to take control. When I became a teacher of sovereignty around the issue of sovereignty and decolonisation with Moana, I did this huge deconstruction around he whakaputanga. And the things that I pulled out of that was, first of all, in Article 1, a constitutional document declaring our independence. Like, these weren't a bunch of fuckwits that just happened along one day on October the 28th, 1835. These were hereditary chiefs who had inherited all their mana from their whakapapa. And they had been born to lead. They had been born to direct a pathway through for their own people. They had been born to defend and protect their territories. So they meet and they decide that they're going to declare their independence for a lot of reasons, but mostly because the Americans, the French, and the British were lapping like dogs at the shore. So they declared their independence. In the second article, they said two things that really struck me. We will not allow any legislative authority over us. So I thought, what does that mean? We will not allow anybody to make law over us, nor will we ever allow any function of government over us. And those two things are very clear. No function of government, no kāwanatanga, and nobody to make any law over us. So these are people who are used to making their own laws, used to looking after themselves, used to defending and protecting their own territories. So why would you give it away? You know, it's one of the myths that we've been brought up with. It's somehow, somewhere in the 1835, 1840, that we woke up one morning, the men scratched their balls, went down to the seashore and signed all our rights away. I mean, if you had been imbued for 800 years with the notion of hereditary leadership and arikitanga, you would just not do that. Why would you do it? Give it up to all those ugly people. So that was a second thing when I was deconstructing this whole thing. Third thing was that as a new nation we needed protection, and that we asked the British to come here and protect us, not to come over here, sleep with all our beautiful women, have lots of English-looking children, and start to take over. That was not what was intended. You needed to stop at the sleeping with our women stage and not do any of that. So, anyway, it goes on and on and on. And then the Te Tiriti, which is an affirmation of the rangatiratanga of those chiefs. For me, those are all that those two documents mean. They are an affirmation that what had existed for 800 years, 1,000 years, would continue to exist, and that we would not relinquish anything. Since 1835, in my lifetime anyway, it's been a constant struggle to get pieces, bits and pieces of things inside constitutions so that we could set up separate Māori women's refuges. We could set up separate rape crisis centres because we knew how to look after our people. And for 180 years we had been looked after. Just a little thing about that. You know, we are the human misery industry. What Angela Davis calls the prison industrial complex, I call it the human misery condition that has been, we have been told all our lives that we need looking after, and they have made a huge industry out of looking after us. If we all stop being mad, sad and bad tomorrow, no Pākehā mortgages would get paid. No Pākehā banks would exist. And so part of me says, you know, we have to get our act together. We have to learn how to trust each other, because colonisation did two things. First of all, it redefined who we are. It separated us from our gods, it separated us from our whenua, and it separated us from each other. That's what colonisation does. To seek rangatiratanga is to seek to repair all of those relationships so that we can call the shots about how things go. Actually, I'm really, really tired and I don't want to talk anymore. So I really want hone. And I think that, you know, next year, fellas should stop asking us to come and speak, because you can only speak for so long, and they should set up their tent over there permanently with a couch and preferably some pink gin and or a couple of bottles of beer, and so we could just watch you talk about yourselves and about how you intend to get rangatiratanga. One more thing, one final thing, one of the things that's really pissed me off all my life is that rangatiratanga under the Declaration and Te Tiriti of Waitangi was a collective thing. I hear young people, old people talk about mai tino rangatiratanga. I think, what the fuck are they talking about? You don't have individual rangatiratanga, people. You don't have that. Your rangatiratanga comes from your whakapapa. It comes from a collective source. Please stop talking about mai tino rangatiratanga this and mai tino rangatiratanga that. It's absolute bloody rubbish. It was never practiced individually. All those ariki and those hereditary chiefs, they did it for everybody. They encompassed everybody into the kōrero. Not every individual. We've become so individualistic, we started to talk like that about ourselves. It's rubbish. Anyway, I'm going home. Ka kite anō.
We're going to move out and we're going to ask just for a 5-minute interlude, because Hone's going to come in and do a speech. But before I go, I want to ask us to think, what am I going to do when I go home? I was disappointed when I came out of Tūranga Waiwai that there was not a nationhood declaration. I was a little bit disappointed at Rātana that we still hadn't achieved that nationhood declaration. which is an assertion of tino rangatiratanga that is discussed amongst ourselves as hapu, confirmed in our hui as hapu, within our rohe and with our neighbours, and then we come to assert a national declaration of tino rangatiratanga. There's one on my page that my hapu did in one day because we were so angry. We're still very angry about David Seymour's antics, but also the antics that have prompted the assertive action by the kingitanga to seek an affirmation of a united kotahitanga position, setting out quite clearly such a declaration. But we've got plenty of time, because I've just heard Hannah in her way saying she's not a leader, but I want to follow her ideas, that we need to work back from the election in 3 years' time. We need to organise ourselves with a series of actions, including actions of civil disobedience, but also we need to work at home and help our whānau come to terms. You know, I know this Arab proverb that really must have been written at Tapuai Hararu, you know. I hate my brother. Me and my brother hate my cousin down the road. Me and my brother and that cousin, we hate those bastards over the hill. Me and my brother and my bastards over the hill, we hate those ones in town, okay? I don't know about your world, but that's my kind of world, okay? So to get to a common position, those were the Arabs that wrote that poem, by the way, it wasn't Ennett Sykes, okay? We need to get that level of conscientisation amongst our whānau. We need them to understand that the positions being proposed are not at all radical. They are actually flowing from the understanding, a deep intrinsic understanding of our relationship and responsibilities and obligations to Aotearoa. So we need to plan back from that. Now I understand at many levels that planning has happened. We've had hui at Tūranga Waiwai, we've had rātana, and we've had wonderful times here at Waitangi. I'm going to go home and ask Te Arawa if we might call the next hui, but I might get a big yes or a big no, okay? But that karanga will go out, and then we will need other rōpū to have hui so that we can come and consolidate our declaration. So when that next 3-year period comes, one-term government, but more fundamentally one giant step to the achievement of tino rangatiratanga in 2027. I'm impatient now. I've never been patient. That's why I'm in the rōpū that I am, to protest. Hilda said this morning we need to have something tangible by 2028. I agree. Time for talking is over. Time for action is now. Time for consolidation of kotahitanga is ripe. And we need to follow the minds and strength of those minds, the intellectuals like Hannah. You know, one of the things I learned early from my grandmother, we want little L leaders and big F followers. Followers of a leader that might be a little leader in your community, but has a vision to make us all work together, united, to achieve a goal and a purpose. Now, you know, I said this morning, Hannah, I only gave you my candidate vote. I voted strategically to the Green Party to try and make sure that we had people on the kaupapa. We need to start thinking those kind of strategies for kāwanatanga. That's kāwanatanga sphere. But in the rangatiratanga sphere, Ngāti Pikiawa said, if the kāwana continues to abuse us, then we are going to secede from the authority of the government, and we are going to establish our own government, starting with us not paying rates to the district council that doesn't give us roads, starting with strategies that actually help the poor, and I'm talking land trustees. We've got to start building houses on our land for our own people. And we have to do that fast because I'm sick and tired of our people getting arrested in emergency housing situations and they got nowhere to go, so they can't get bail and they end up in jail. I want to support financially people that are on the kaupapa. I'm rich, you know, I pay heaps of tax. I'm going to stop going to the pokies and the pubs for the gin. I want to have a fighting fund so that those people, you know, activists aren't the ones that are earning $200,000 in government. They're the ones that at the back of the pā, at every tangi, at every hui, helping the whānau get along. We need to have fighting funds in our tribes for them and for our rangatahi. You know, I used to sell T-shirts. I used to do anything. We used to rustle sheep to get on a process. I'm really good at rustling sheep. You wouldn't think a lawyer. My first arrest was actually for poaching trout. So I'm good at that stuff. Use your imagination when you're poor. But we are not poor anymore. Some of those big economic initiatives mean we've got $1 billion being held in certain funds. We need to release those funds to help our fighting fund for tino rangatiratanga. And on that moment, can I just ask for 2 minutes? We're going to have a little bit of a shuffle. And can I say, hone, it was a Nelson Mandela moment for me yesterday listening to you. I felt, how the hell am I going to follow this? And I tried to be Winnie Mandela, but I got a bit frightened when they sang down that other woman. Oh, my God, okay? But, you know, hone for me has always been an inspiration. You heard my discussions for Hilda. You know, when all the other men wanted to beat us up, he had a hui tāne to educate men why they should support mana wahine. For me, that's something that's rare. That understanding comes from a deep love for Hilda, but a deep respect for us as women. So I'm really glad he's closing this session on tino rangatiratanga for us. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. As Papa Hone is making his way up, I'm going to ask that all of our whānau, remember that memo earlier? That we could sit here, but we've got to move because Hātea is coming in next. So if you can move over there, fill up that side. And you guys, feel free to go there if you want to. Might not be the best view. But just so that this middle bit, is free, yeah. Tēnā koutou. Homai anō te paki ki o tātou whaia, ki tō tātou whanaunga.
E rānau mahu ki mai ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu I te forum tent, te whare waka ki roto o Waitangi. I runga I tēnei o ngā rangi hau, rangi tino hira, Waitangi. Aroha mai, kia huri anō tātou, kia kapuake ngā kōrero Papa Hone Harawira noho tonu mai.
Hoi no, mihi atu kia koutou katoa e noho tonu mai koutou e oku kuia no roto o Tainui, e noho tonu nei te tautoko I tō tātou whaia a mamai, e haere mai te kōrero I ngā kōrero mo te kīngitanga me te waka o Tainui tēnā koutou. Huri rauna ki a tātou katoa, koutou e te hunga rangatai, haere mai te tautoko I tō tātou kōtiro ahana, tēnā hoki koutou. Just watching them up here, I've got a sister like Mariana. I've got a wife like Annette, and I've got a daughter like Hannah. So, you know, my mum was Tita Whai, my sister is Hine Whare, my wife is Hilda, my daughter is Te Whenua, and others, and ngā huia, and Ani Karo, and I've got a whole heap of young female mokopuna. So I'm surrounded by them. And tino rangatiratanga doesn't come easy for a man these days. Because all the tino rangatiratanga you're getting is do this, do this, do this, do this. But, you know, for all of us to understand, and, you know, especially as we're starting to wind down and start to go home, is to understand that tino rangatiratanga is not what each of you can do and individually have the right to do. That's what Pākehās call personal choice. That's not tino rangatiratanga. So we all got to understand that, eh? Tino rangatiratanga is not everybody's choice to just walk out of something and or not listen to something or not do something. Tino rangatiratanga is that collective responsibility and our commitment to that collective responsibility and our commitment to that collective decision-making and our commitment to the collective action which follows from that. That's what tino rangatiratanga is. It's not, you can't tell me not to smoke, you're trampling on my tino rangatiratanga. Well, spit on that. That's not tino rangatiratanga, eh? People who smoke, that's not tino rangatiratanga. You're an addict. You're addicted to cigarettes. So don't talk tino rangatiratanga to me. People who drink too much alcohol, don't talk to me about, oh, it's my right to drink. That's not tino rangatiratanga. That's personal choice. We have to understand that tino rangatiratanga, the right for us to want to be rangatira, we talk about we are rangatira in our own lands, but do we act like that in our own personal lives? Do we? You know, are we prepared to walk away from some of the things that are hurting us, that are killing us? Are we prepared to do the things that we march for? We march for the reo, but what's our commitment to understand what our level is now and commit over the next 12 months to lifting it to the next level? Like I'm a 5. A while back when I was speaking a lot more Māori, I considered myself a 6. But I've slipped back a bit, I'm a 5. So I've really got to put a lot of work in to get back up to the next level. And all of us, even all the way down to the big chiefs like Pakake out the back there, those who are really good speakers, know that they're always learning, can always keep lifting. And that's what the work of tino rangatiratanga is, eh? To understand where we are and to understand that if we want our society to be the things we talk about, the things we dream of, the things we march for, then we have to make a personal commitment to lift it to the next level. So that regardless of what the government says it's going to do about our reo, we don't care. We don't care. But it's not a case of just fighting them. We're going to have to fight them anyway. But the greater responsibility is our own. It's our own. What are we doing to lift our reo back up to the next level? And for me, getting it back up to 6 and then doing my best to get to the 7. And so for all of us, we all have that in us. I mean, some of us are scared to get started. Some of us are embarrassed to be at a 5. But for me, it's a reality. I'm surrounded by all of these superstar speakers, and you saw a lot of them up the top there. They are embarrassingly good. And I love the fact that there's so many of them coming through. We just finished having a taumata reo up home. And, the wonder of the reo was just swimming through the marae, and you could see the kids just lapping it up. And that's how we send a message to the government about the reo, is that every one of us is actually going to get better at it this year, and then take it to the next level the next year, and then lift again, and grab somebody by your side and bring them alongside you. If they're better than you, ask them to help you. If you're better than them, you help them to come up to the next level. So that's what I mean about tino rangatiratanga and the things that we can do. Also means, it does mean stuff like smoking. I mean, do we really want the next generation to be surrounded by cigarette and smoke, for God's sake? We speak in wonderful terms about how our Māori battalion gave their lives in the Second World War. And it's true, one of the most lauded battalions in the whole wide world, the Māori battalion. But know this, more Māori die every single year from smoking fucking cigarettes than died in the Māori battalion in the whole of the Second World War. More Māori died from smoking cigarettes in 1 year than died during the Second World War from 1939 all the way to 1945. And yet, You know, we fight to try and break that cycle. And now this government wants to keep us smoking, of course, just so they can keep getting the taxes. So again, that is again what it is that we do for ourselves, which is get alongside those who do smoke and do our best to try and help them to stop. You know, if it means quit coaches, if it means, I don't know whatever it means, but whatever it means, help them make it happen. Eh? I mean, I used to be a smoker, smoke like everybody else, pain in the ass, wouldn't let anybody tell me what to do when they're telling me to stop smoking. It wasn't until Maori Marsden died, one of our mentors here in the Tai Tokerau. And the day he died, I found out in the morning. I was so angry all day that he had died of smoking, of course. I was so angry that he had died. I went around kicking the tables and the chairs and swearing and refusing to talk to anybody. I was just so angry. And then by the time it got about 10 o'clock at night and I started to calm down, I realized I hadn't had a cigarette. I was so angry that I forgot to have a cigarette. So that's the day I stopped. I just never had another one. I'm not saying wait for someone to die and then stop, but help people to find the trigger, whatever it is, because healthy people make healthy decisions. Hey, unhealthy people make unhealthy decisions. Hey, if you're the sort of parent who is unhealthy, you're lying in bed and the kids come in, the mokos come in, ready to go to school, and instead of getting up to try and make sure they get a good kai and get their kai ready for the day and all that kind of stuff, you roll over and give them $5, say, here, get something on the way to school. Well, I'll get a Coca-Cola and a packet of Cheezels. Hey, that's not healthy decision-making from the parent, and it's certainly not a healthy future for the child. So we have lots of ways which we can change our lives and our contribution to what's happening in our world. I heard Hatea upstairs there singing Te Tiriti o Waitangi. I'm going, man, these guys, didn't they just do something? Was it Bohemian Rhapsody? Was it? Was they? Show off, bloody Maoris. I mean, to be able to take, things like that and turn it into something that can help lift the soul, that can and that our kids can learn, so that Te Tiriti isn't just something. Oh God, I haven't read about this fucking shit. They can learn it because our kids love to sing, and if they can learn it in the singing and understand it from their teachers about why is this and why is that, then that's another success. So there's many ways which we can change our people's world. And we have to try every single day to try to be the best that we can be. We marched to Waitangi one year, 1984. Was it when we marched from Waitangi? From Turangawaewae? And we had this Native American guy with us, Larry Anderson, Navajo. And afterwards I thought, shit, we've done so well. I'm going to organize a huge business. So anyway, we went back to have a party. And Larry's standing in the corner like this. I says, come on, bro, have a drink. He goes, no, I'm all right. No, I kept trying to get him to have a drink. He said, no. He said, I can't, because I was raised to believe that you can't be a part-time warrior. I thought, you asshole. I kept drinking that night, but, I got bummed out every time after that. And he was right. He's right. You can't walk around claiming to be a warrior and a leader of your nation if people are going to see you making a dickhead of yourself. Hey, seriously. People say I make a dickhead of myself just being sober, but, when you get drunk and you lose control of your senses, seriously, whose leader are you? And one of the reasons I don't go to my whanaunga Shane's party is because I went one year and you get all of these people who are drunk ass and they're slobbering all over you. And that's the worst thing to be when you don't drink, hey? So ignore what my sister over here was saying about go over to the tent with a few whiskeys and a few beers and enjoy the couch. She was just joking. Because if we got to relax, try to do it in a safe place. Try to do it where our kids are not going to be impacted. Brothers, try to make sure that when we get drunk, we don't go home and bash the missus because we didn't get something that we wanted. That's something else we can be doing. Brothers, I mean, not sure how this stuff goes, but, those... I have an unbelievably wonderful wife who not only supports me in all of the things I do up there, but then we get back to the motel and just lying down and wanting to go to sleep, and she's leaning over, massaging my legs. Oh, all that kind of stuff. I can't even get out of bed to make her a cup of tea. Brothers, there's more that we can do to show that our whānau is a unit, eh? And that the love that we have for one another is something that we share and we reciprocate. Mind you, she's up there talking to all of the media, and I've got to rush down here, look at our mokopuna, make sure he's in the pool and he hasn't drowned, hasn't cracked his head, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, is to share and to be happy and to love your partner, whoever your partner is, whatever sex they are, just love your partner. Love them from the minute you get up to the time you go to bed. I'm one of the lucky ones. I met my good darling in 1973 at the orientation night of the Auckland Māori students orientation night. And I remember saying to a friend, we were a little bit haurangi at the time, saying to myself, see that woman over there? Ooh, she's beautiful, man. One day she's going to be mine. Anyway, she heard me. She hated my guts. I spent weeks and weeks and weeks groveling. Yeah, but we're still together today, so it must have worked. But no, seriously, when you get a good partner, honestly, stay with the mate. All of the hassles that come with the bloody changes. I don't know how some of you fucking people do it. A different partner, and you go to another hui and then, who's that? Please, just the older we get, the harder it is for us to remember. So stay with the same partner just to make one remember who you are. No, I mean, seriously. Coming back to that love stuff, aroha. And going back to the kaupapa of what it is that we do, kotahitanga. There's nothing greater in our world than kotahitanga. And I mean that in terms of a love for one another. Mehi atu ki a koutou, e tōku whānau no roto o tainui. Raro i tērā o ngā krao tō tātou kingi tūheitia. Kotahitanga is a wonderful concept, and it's one that we love to hold, but we don't do anything about. And sometimes I think that whole iwi thing has taken away the kotahitanga that we once had when we all were just plain old Māori. And I see the claps coming from all of the people my age and older, because we were around before there were iwi, and before there were iwi, we fought for Māori rights. Māori rights. We didn't care whether you came from Te Kau or whether you came from Invercargill. We fought for Māori rights. But then things changed along the way, and we've tended to get a bit siloed in our thinking. We've tended to start to think that our tribe is more important than any other tribe, but really, are we? Are we really? I mean, my mokopuna over here is half Tongan. I got three of my great-grandchildren, they're Samoans. We are children of the Pacific, and we don't even treat ourselves properly, let alone our whanaunga from the Pacific. So we have to understand that the kotahitanga thing, the love thing, really, it's not just about you and your missus, you and your partner, you and your whoever. It is about our love for one another as a people. And if there's... And then that's all I've really got to say. I just want to say, go home, learn your reo. I'm not saying try to become a master in 1 year. I'm just saying lift your reo from what, it doesn't even matter if you're at 0. That means all you've got to get to is 1. But wherever you are, challenge yourself to lift to the next level. Go home, be nice to one another, say to your partner every single day, I love you, my darling. The kids hate it. They go, oh, shut up. But after a while, they get used to hearing it. They get used to hearing it. The mokapunas get used to hearing it. And you say it every single day so that everybody else hears it as well. So that everybody else understands the importance of loving one another, the importance of supporting one another, and the importance of being there for one another when things get tough. Love one another, support one another, enjoy the reo, enjoy the day, have a safe trip home. Mihi atu ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, huri atu, huri no, kia ora, tātou, katoa.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koe. Tēnā tātou te whānau. You can see we're doing a little adjustment. Ai ni ka tū mai a hātea. Hei whakakapi ake I tēnei wahanga I kia tātou. Ka matu hei whakau. We've heard a lot of beautiful kōrero today e te whānau. And it's our responsibility to go home and make sure we do something with the mātauranga we've been able to absorb today. Nā reira, hei whakakapi ake I te tēne tī te rānei. Ho mai te hūro me te piki paki paki. Ki tō tātou rōpū kapahaka. Kia hātea.
Ai rara hiri mai anō ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga atu I konei te whare wānanga Forum Tent Waitangi Day 2024. He whai ake nei ko tēnei o ngā kapa no te wā kāinga nei ko hātea. He whakakapi, he whakakōpane I ngā kaipapa mō tēnei tau. Mihi kawana ki tērā o ngā pānara, te tino rangatiratanga, our final panel today. A big mihi to all our kai kōrero. Engari, ko te ahua nei, aroha mai, kia hoki tō tika ki te kapa nei, a hātia, noho tonu mai.
never forget the journey and the journey that continues to be had. The people who have paved the way, who have opened the gates for us, we can never forget that sacrifice that they've made. Those early people who were there right from the beginning, who were shunned from these lands because they brought with them kupu and protest and whakaaro, and they shouted confidently in the face of our government, in the face of our society, in the face of even the community Māori. They went out brave, and that's what we've come here to honour and respect today. The work that's already been done by those warriors, those people who've paved the way. So kia kaha tātou. We have definitely come too far not to go further. And there's definitely been done too much not to do more. Do not be discouraged. Don't be disheartened. Rise up. Maranga mai e te iwi.
Your hottest breakfast show in the Mountain. It's here in Mara, 2/3 Morena o Tina Tātou e te iwi. Aye, that is right, e te iwi. Kia ora, kia ora. Iwi. Kia ora, kia ora, e te iwi. Coming to you live from Mara, Ngāti Hine FM, the #1 iwi breakfast show across the Motu. The #1 Whangarei. North of Hikurangi and Whare Kōrero app live on Facebook.
Toi tū te tiriti, toi tū he wakaputanga. Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana i ngā kaupapa katoa, ma runga pukamata me te tau pānga ngā whare kōrero me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetu irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi, 2024, are are taringa mai, kia kotahi ai tātou.
Moist, but not so much. Kōpeke. Fine yourself recently is coming to you live from Waitangi, otherwise a beautiful day.
Kei te tika. I'm just going to remind
Toi tū Te Tiriti, toi tū he wakaputanga. Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana i ngā kaupapa katoa, mā runga pukamata me te tau pānga ngā whare kōrero me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetū irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi, 2024 mā whā, are taringa mai, kia kotahi ai tātou.
Ai rara, hiri mai anō e te iwi ki tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga kua hau tēnei kwani mākiha. E mihi kaua atu ana kia koutou katoa i runga i tēnei o ngā rangi nui whakaharahara mō Aotearoa. Whānui, te rā Waitangi, te rā Waitangi 2024. Kei konei mātou ko atu i te whare waka ki roto o Waitangi. Now, it's time for us to wrap up e hoa mā. Time for us to say our goodbyes and farewell. E tika ana me huri ngā mihi ki ngā kai whakahaere, ki ngā kai manake, ki ngā kai tiaki o te kaipapa nei o te forum tent. Me ngā ahuatanga ko puta mai I roto I ngā rā e toru. A big shout out to all our listeners and all our viewers for keeping plugged in with us. For listening to our broadcast over these last couple of days. We're looking forward to the break. E kore rawa ngā mihi e mutu kia koutou. Koutou ngā hunga e noho mararana I te motu. Those of you who couldn't make it, those of you who are here in Waitangi watching the live stream, listening on air, e mihi nui ana kia koutou katoa. Anora ki ngā mana, ki ngā reo, ki ngā iwi katoa o te motu, kua hau mai, kua tau mai ki roto Waitangi. E kore rawa ngā mihi e mutu kia koutou katoa. I nāia tonu nei, e hehia nā hau ki te tuku mihi, ki aku hoa mahi, a Ray, a Gladys, Helen, nora hoki koe e Cyril, kei te kāinga koe, kei roto o manga muka e whakakahana I tēnei o ngā hononga, I tēnei o ngā pāpāhotanga, making sure everything's running smoothly. Tō tātou hoa, a Shane, nora hoki, kia tātou e noho pai nei. Toitu, te tiriti, toitu, he whakaputanga kua hau tēnei kwani mākiha e mihi kaua ana kia koutou katoa. Kia tauranga manakitanga ki runga I a tātou. Ane rā ko te kapa o Hātea.
Toitu Te Tiriti, toitu he wakaputanga. Te reo irirangi o tautoko e hakapāho atu ana I ngā kaupapa katoa, mā runga pukamata me te tau pānga ngā whare kōrero me ngā iarere, iwa te kau mā iwa irarima, iwa te kau mā whetū irarima, tahirau mā toru irarima ngā iarere. Waitangi, 2024 mā whā, are taringa mai, kia kotahi ai tātou.